Good morning.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Hello, Ron?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm just trying to figure out the website. It looks like we got everything taken care of here. Let me just go ahead and process the order.
I can hear somebody talking, but it doesn't seem to be Hector.
Hello, this is Mark.
Hi, Mark. This is Jeff Spees.
Hey, Jeff. How you doing?
Your address is still 1476 Dorset Avenue, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It sounds like the audio might not be working. I don't know. I'm not sure, Mark, who you are, but maybe we're the only two that can hear each other.
Yeah, this is Mark Baldessari.
Oh, Mark Baldessari. Oh, hey, Mark.
Hey, Jeff.
It's 4307 8400 0001
Sorry, can you repeat those last four?
0.
זה better. Maybe we should take that mic away.
birthday is on a Monday.
Oh, okay.
So Dawn starting off on Tuesday afternoon, and then all day Wednesday, actually 2 half days up there, and then coming down to half days down here. And Dawn and I were talking about that maybe the best thing is not to emphasize per se that this is about AB 2188, because I think, you know, that's certainly a reason, that's the emphasis that be in the you know, explanation of why you're doing it, but really is to encourage. If you put AB 2188 in the title, I think a lot of people are going to go, oh, I've already got training, I've already had that, I've already had that. And I think it's more about effective plan checking and inspection in order to achieve the goal of a single inspection. That really is, it should be, I think, what's really emphasized. Just so, because I think people will tend to go, oh, so there's some new tools out there, some new ways I can do this. And then take the recommendations, a lot of the recommendations we come up with.
Are we targeting, Sparky, just the inspectors and plan checkers? So I really feel that we should target the installers as well.
Oh, absolutely. We're gearing this to where, I mean, it's geared primarily to a combination building inspector to facilitate the one inspection process. But absolutely, it's geared towards installers, plan checkers, and the industry as well.
So you're going to have more information, more details coming up?
Absolutely.
So always just share it with us or share it with Paula, and we'll make sure everybody gets it and invite whoever should be there.
I think that actually the primary audience should be both.
Okay.
Shouldn't be all the primary audiences is inspectors and secondary audiences.
Well, let me just elaborate a little further then, because I was I get it, but I was contacted by Calvo, and during the course of my role as the chairman of the inspection committees, and I'm talking about a year's worth of work here, that committee has been honing in on the combination building inspectors. So they asked me if I would prepare some training based on that research and the information I've gathered. So I'll try to dovetail that in, still trying to appease Calvo with what they were expecting. And I'm sure that's not going to be a hard point to sell. That's how I got involved, and that's why we're doing this training.
Thanks, Sparky. Let me just check. Can you guys hear me online? Hello?
Yeah, sure can.
Can you hear me? Jeff,
I can hear you.
Additional 111.35.
We can hear the meeting now.
Oh, excellent. I'm really sorry, folks. We had, I don't know what the problem was. So we're on item number 3, the announcement. So we're just at the beginning. So I really apologize, and I'm so glad that you guys are still there. Didn't leave us. We need you folks in this meeting. Any other announcements? Paul, anything else?
No.
Okay, so let's go status update.
Okay, so I'll run through this really quickly because we're a little bit out of time. So as everybody knows, we finalized issue number 1. And yesterday we completed the document that's going to be published, and it's on the screen right now. And thank you to Don for helping us with the title, which is Series 1, because obviously we're going to have a lot more series. Series 2 will be UL 2703, and Series 3 will be Utilities. And then the issue 1 is obviously single inspection guidelines, because that was issue statement number 1. And also John helped us with, we've put a footer at the document, and also what we've included, which we thought was a really good idea, was to actually point everybody to the SEAC website for the latest version. And then right at the end of the document, we've also got a disclaimer. And then we've got a brief history of the document as well.
And you have an identifier number for, we know what that document's about. That's SEAC one.
That's briefing note 1.
Right, and I mean, and there's a number that we can all refer to.
Yes.
And a date of it, which is good.
All right, and then this is the, okay, it's a little, I don't know if you're able to read it. Let me try and blow it up a bit here. This is the preliminary program for the workshop.
It's still in draft, so very much draft.
And I've actually got some copies here with me, which I'll hand out, because I know, John, you mentioned that you'd like to help out with the getting the program together. So we're looking for volunteers, member volunteers to help put the program together, come up with the sessions that we're going to be giving training on. What Hector and I did discuss, you might want to elaborate on it, is that we want to make sure that the training that is provided is really of value to the industry and is really needed. So that's what we're looking at. We're looking at AB 2188, a small PV roof plan check process, which that might be done with Bill Brooks, and then there's the single inspection, the 19 checklist, which maybe Don Hughes might be interested in doing, and then UL 2703, rapid shutdown of PV arrays, and we'd also like to have online PV permitting here, which we could probably get them in at conference room E. So it's going to be utilizing all the conference rooms around here, as well as the Alhambra room, and we will be having exhibits. Let me show you where that will happen. So this is a map of the area. And so, let me just quickly point here. So these are all the conference rooms around there, and this is D where we're looking at having online demonstrated. D, we could have small staff on the firefighting rapid shutdown, and then the other classes which are similar sizes here. And then around the foyer area and the courtyard area, we're looking at having the exhibitors set up. And then as well, if you want to do a combination inspection training, you could probably do it again in that area. So there's a lot of area to work with, and that's just a map where you can see. And yeah, so we'll put that that workshop committee together. If anybody wants to help on this, please let me know. You can either let me know today or by email. But we'd like to set that up as soon as possible because we really need to get the program sorted out and finalized in the next 2 weeks, because marketing of it has to start in December, because the workshop is going to be in February.
So we already got my volunteer, right?
Yes.
Great.
Thank you.
So it's not just, let's just build some training out there. Let's really think about what industry, the value, and when I say industry, I mean both public sector and private sector, everybody together. You know, what do they really need? What do they really want? You know, what do our customers want? And focus on that. Because I know there's so much training going on and all over the place, and so if we can really focus on something that is important now, that will really benefit the people that we serve, our own internal people. Let's see if we can get this down on paper. So this is very preliminary. This is nothing set in stone right now, and not even the trainers. So, you know, if anybody that can help us would be fantastic. This is a big event, actually, for us, for the department, probably maybe the biggest. We're working on all the internal logistics, and that's going on pretty well. So yeah, get back to Paula. Whoever wants to help out would be fantastic.
Yeah, we're probably looking at least 400 to 500 people throughout the course of the day. So we're going to have a morning session and an afternoon session, and people can choose between the topics of what classes they actually want to attend.
Anything else?
Well, I missed the date. On the date, was that still the same in February?
Yeah, February 10th and the 11th, Wednesday and
Okay.
Thursday.
All right, thank you.
All right, and then we're going to move on to the draft meeting summary of October the 29th.
Can we go over the action items real quick? So just cover those.
The action items at the end.
I know.
Oh, okay.
On the brief, on the current action items, on the brief meeting summary. Just want to make sure what has been completed and what's still pending. So we have Paul Miller, number 1, capture edits from the meeting, draft final briefing notes. I think that was done. Technical group, Alan, Chris, Don Hughes, working on issue number 2, percent of this meeting. I think that's pretty much done. Continue working UL 2703. I think that's progressing. There's a lot of discussions going on in regards to that. Utility installers continue to really write the issue statement and background. So we're going to talk about that. So whoever has input, especially utilities, I don't think there's any utilities here right now, input to clarifying those issues, be sure they're very specific and clear to everybody. Number 5, Hector and Paula arrange an online permitting software to present future SEAC. I think we can do that in the next one, I believe.
Right?
Yeah,
They're ready, yeah.
They're ready. Okay, excellent. That's really good. City of Bernardino to, I think it's County of Bernardino, presentation of the virtual inspection. We definitely want to see that, at least from LA County's perspective. We're very, very interested and see if that provides value to us. So that's coming. Paula and Stephanie on the workshop, and so the draft was just presented. Stephanie on the YouTube, how's that coming along?
We're still working on getting that up and running.
Okay, so that's a pending item,
Yes.
so that carries over. Stephanie sent out draft meeting summary, that was done. Number 10, draft agenda done. Final agenda done. And the calendar, is that up?
Yes.
Okay, good. So there's only a few items to carry over. So on the meeting summary, is there a motion to approve?
So I have a question that on that, as you said. So I think the answer is that so we make sure that we carry over into the next minutes.
Exactly.
Just a thought is that so we wouldn't have just like a separate document. These are the current action items until they get off the list. Okay, it's a format issue.
Okay.
One comment I would have on the draft meeting summary is that under agenda item number 3, the third bullet, there was announced that the shops and Saudi would be presenting, and that wasn't presented. So do we want to have that in there? Because otherwise somebody might be looking at this trying to find when that.
So we are going to hold on for that presentation until, well, what's going to make an announcement later that there is a community, right? So
right.
For that, we're just going to hold
What
on.
I'm just wondering is that, okay, so I'll just leave it.
Right,
Never
just
mind.
leave that, yeah, if you don't mind.
Motion approved as it is.
Second. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposing, say no. Terry?
I couldn't quite hear what was going on there. Somebody shuffling papers near the microphone, so if you could repeat what this vote was.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Jeff?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't, I'm unable to understand what the vote was because there's somebody shuffling papers near one of the microphones.
It was to approve the minutes.
I thought that's
okay.
where he was going to donate $10,000 to the SEAC effort.
Oh, yeah.
Approve that?
Jeff, it was a motion.
I'll approve the minutes, yes. Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. All right, so we're moving on to the operating guidelines, number 6, and want to go over a couple items. And the changes, unfortunately, I don't think they're highlighted in your copy, but I just want to, if you can go to, let me see what page that is, page 12. And at the top it says Solar Energy Action Committee members, and then you go further down, 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs, members active and consistent participation, that paragraph. That's new, and again, this is want you to take a look at this, please. And I don't know if we need an action on this today, because I think this is the first at this. Take a look at that, and if you can, between now and the next meeting, if you have any comments in regards to that, we can make some changes. But it's all required to make sure people participating. If we want to make sure we have folks that are here. So many meetings per year. There's consistent participation. So we want your feedback. So take a look at that item. Then also on the next page it says consensus rule process. That's also new. The consensus process requires members of the designated alternate proxy to be present as person aligned at the consensus discussion meeting to participate in the consensus decision making. So basically, the consent, you know that consensus works where everybody shows up at the same time, and then we can go around and discuss, if people agree or disagree, and hopefully we can get to agreement at some level. But that only works if everybody's together. So there may be instances when people may not be at the meeting when we're taking action decision on an item. So we need to be cognizant of that, and we may just have to move forward on agreement if somebody's not there. But take a look at that also, and if you have any feedback, please get that back to us, and then we'll bring this back to the next meeting with comments or any changes that you suggest.
Yeah, John? Yeah. So I totally understand why you're doing it. It makes sense. I'm on that page 12 about membership, and also looking at page 11. For some of us, we represent not only ourselves, but we're representing our organization or company. And so, like for me, I had asked, and there was no problem of having Rich Berman be my alternate to there. So if I make some of the meetings, but I don't make all of them, but Rich Berman made the ones that I didn't make, then I would assume that. So you might want to consider saying the member or their proxy.
Okay. Good. That's good.
So that if we do have a proxy, that is a recognized proxy, and you may want to also think about, the operating team might want to think about having something in here on this page 12, that just a little line about members can designate proxies that is accepted by the operating committee or something like that, or recognized. Just to acknowledge that some of us may be unfortunately off on vacation or having kids getting married or whatever, like I happened to be in July.
Exactly.
And online attendance is still attendance, correct?
Yes.
So we need to clarify.
Yeah,
That would be the other thing.
Okay. Yes, online counts also.
Thank you.
But other than that, I think I see your merit of what you're going after.
Great. And also, there's this handout, so a flyer. It's right after the operating guidelines. Now this is an attempt to capture the process kind of a high level. It doesn't capture everything, of course, all the details, but just kind of high level, so there's an understanding how the briefing they'll start from SEAC, defining what the issues are, and then I use AB 2188 as an example. We have 4 issues. We have 4 groups. The groups are split up to two issues each, and then we have draft briefing notes. Those came back to SEAC. SEAC approved those in concept, and it goes to the technical group, and the technical group again is volunteers. Then then take the work that SEAC has done, the work that the groups have done, and tries to write a draft final briefing note that comes back to SEAC like we did last meeting with issue number 1. Hopefully it gets approved, and then if all that works smoothly, it gets published. So this is just kind of a high-level representation of the process. It doesn't, again, there's things get circled back if we need to in this process, but just kind of capture, in essence, what we're trying to do here. Okay? All right. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments additional on the operating guidelines? Anything else? You're good? Okay. Excellent. So we're getting into the meat of the meeting. Agenda item number 7, presenting draft briefing note, issue number 2. And what we're going to do is bring that on the screen. Is this the PDF or?
Yeah, there's that.
Okay, so what we're going to do is this is what was sent to everyone in the committee, and I heard before the meeting that folks still have comments and they want to make this one. Okay, but there may be others that have some comments or edits that we want to make. So this is the time to do that, and we can start. We can go detailed, or we can kind of step back a little bit and maybe take a poll of everybody around the table to see if conceptually at least this looks good. So let's take polls, a real quick poll, and see if there's an issue here, something drastic or major that will prevent us from moving forward. So kind of conceptually, how do we feel? Kind of high level.
Well,
Marky.
we're starting on this end. Conceptually, background number 2 is great, and the recommendations are great. Pat did bring up a very important issue the other day, and it's similar to the philosophy I brought up to Jim. We don't want to alienate or otherwise make a stakeholder, and especially an inspector, defensive. We want to extend the olive branch. So maybe the first sentence is kind of tough, and without going into wordsmithing, maybe many inspectors need some refreshing training, or not a misunderstanding of the code, but reminders about the code. But somehow we need to reframe 2 and 5 to get it to where we're a little more gentle in the approach.
Okay. We're going to go, could we do like we did last time, I think it was effective, was do we agree on item 1, do we agree on item 2, their comments, instead of going through all,
okay.
all 5 or 6.
Maybe go through each item and ask if anybody has comments on it.
Just simply that, and don't go around and ask every single person.
Yeah, because
do you have a comment on 1? No, good, we're good. And then 2, good, move on.
Sounds good. Okay, good approach. So let's start with the issue statement.
Yeah, I have a comment on the issue statement. It's the same kind of comment that I had on the previous document. Is basically the issue statement in the parentheses basically says clearly and specifically describe the issue to be addressed and why it matters. All we have here is a question. So I think if we're really going to follow this format, let's really nail this format, right? So the content of this document, by the way, is good. I like it, pretty happy with it, but the format does drive me crazy.
Okay.
So, I just think that the issue statement should say what it says there. So one way of speeding adoption of solar is to reduce follow-up inspections for rooftop-mounted systems. The expectations for inspectors and installers are aligned. More systems can pass inspection in a single visit. This will save time and money for both inspectors and installers and allow customers to turn on their systems sooner. The sentence that's there is basically what processes, systems, information, or training can be made available to reduce follow-up inspections for systems rated at 10 kilowatts or less. I'm not even sure why there's a system size in there, but that wasn't part of the original drafting. So, but to me, that's already jumping ahead and trying to say we need to develop some processes and systems and education. So it's already starting to solve the issue. It's not just stating the issue. The issue is that we want to speed up the adoption of solar by reducing re-inspections, right?
Right.
So why don't we just say that?
But Jim, we're talking about AB 2188. That's what that 10 kW comes in.
Right.
So are you talking above and beyond AB 2188? I understand. That's why 10 kW is there for that reason.
Jim's main point is the phrasing, not so much the size of AB 2188.
You did mention that.
So what do you think about?
It doesn't have to be my wording. I just think we should state the issue.
Sure.
information or training can be made available to reduce follow-up inspections. That's not stating the issue.
I think that the way Jim's wording is a lot, it flows better and it's more of everybody in general. I think I like the way he's worded that one.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think the issue statement really describes what the issue is. It's more of what the problem is. You know, more one of the bullet points down further if it's going to belong anywhere.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it's actually mentioned further down.
Yeah.
And that's where it probably belongs.
John? Well, just having seen this just a few minutes ago, is that I get what Jim's getting at, and I appreciate and I agree that it would be better than just starting off with a question. On the flip side, I kind of feel that when we start putting in too many words, or I mean, for example, I'm starting to struggle with wordsmithing, as in what is the adoption of solar? What does that mean? It really is what you know. Maybe it's to say something that's effective. The objective is to facilitate the quick installation of solar with minimal cost impact without compromising space.
Right, but we don't have an objective statement here. We have an issue statement.
I understand.
The issue is we need to reduce re-inspections. We could even say it that simple. That's the reason. If I pick up this document, how do I know what it? I don't even know what I'm reading.
And I think that in that regard, we could just simply wordsmith that one sentence.
Yeah.
The one thing that I was going to say is that before on this document there was nothing talked about of this objective of costs. Once you introduce that objective of cost, I personally would like to see it be that it's cost without compromising safety. Because otherwise somebody's going to think, well, the whole objective is just to do it as cheap as possible,
sure,
and without and with no regard to anything else but money.
So we can take your language and make sure that safety is incorporated somewhere in there.
I agree with Jim's concept.
I agree.
Yeah, the language doesn't matter.
Massage, I liked your last statement about let's just reduce re-inspection. Something simple like that's good. We do have to be careful about mentioning costs. Jurisdictions, inspectors cannot consider costs when doing an inspection and approval for obvious reasons. That's not to say cost isn't extremely important. It obviously is, but it can't enter into our mindset as to whether we improve.
How about time, Pete?
Yeah,
Is it okay to talk about time?
Well, I think we definitely want to say let's get installed correctly the first time and get the inspection done correctly the first time. That solves that problem.
Let me get.
Be careful about saying cost.
Okay, so
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. Online.
This is Don. I agree with what Jim's saying, and looking at it, it looks like it should be somewhere in the middle of what Jim's saying and what's here. It's the issue statement. I would think is intended to identify why this statement is being issued. So it should be something along the line as this is being issued to intend to reduce the cost of blah 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 and identify processes, systems, information, and training that can be. I mean, it could be that simple.
Okay. I think Don has. Anybody else?
This is Greg, and I'd like to say that I think Jim's approach is right on. I think that we need to clearly state the issue as opposed to asking a question, and like Don mentioned, somewhere in between may be the thing to do.
Okay, let's try and capture what you have first, and then evolve it a little bit more. Your issues of cost, pros and cons. Paul, can we put something on there? Jim, can you?
Yeah, we can take out costs. You know, we can take out the adoption of solar stuff. I agree with what John said. Too vague.
Language of the.
If you can hear me, we just lost our sound out here.
I can hear you,
I
Dan.
lost it. I hear you, Don. I hear you, Jeff, but no audio from the group.
Yeah, same here, guys. I can hear you guys, but nothing from the meeting.
Well, let's have our own meeting then.
We can do that. We can talk about Jeff's $10,000 donation.
So anyway.
You know, I'm actually concerned about this SEAC calendar they were talking about, because other than Paula, I can't imagine seeing anybody on the calendar. I think we should go with puppies or firefighters or something.
Oh, God. So, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
There should be.
Yes, we can hear you. Sorry.
You can hear me. Okay, good. All right.
We're having our own meeting. Sorry.
No, go ahead. No problem. So we're going to put some language, what Jim said on there, and we're going to tweak it a little bit based on the comments that we're hearing. So Paula, if you could put the statement up there.
But I feel that the word reduced follow-up inspection will take care of everything.
I think very much.
Yeah,
I agree.
I'm fine with that.
That's why those words were thrown into the draft.
I think the thought behind that would have to be included in generic language, but without actually spelling out cost and time and everything.
Exactly. So let's strike all that out and leave it reduced follow-up inspections and see if we need to add or.
Why can't you just flip it around? Just say reduce follow-up inspections for these systems rated by having processes.
You're solving the issue.
Or training in place.
You're solving the issue. You're just stating the issue here.
Yeah, just say the issue.
What are we trying to do? Reduce follow-up inspections.
Okay.
Like, we don't want to say how we're going to do that. We're going to say that later.
Very good.
Okay.
Jim, is there a way that you could cut what you have and send it to Paula real quick so she can throw it up on the screen and we can wordsmith it and get rid of it?
I sent it to everybody this morning.
Okay.
So she has.
That's what I'm looking at.
But I'm not wed to the words. Like I think, like Pete said, reduce follow-up inspections.
Yeah.
I think that nice, simple, crisp statement is perfect.
Yeah.
So how's that look?
Not a complete sentence.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, that's what we're trying to do. Like Mike said, improve the pass rate, basically. But this says it.
Okay. Anybody else? Any other comments online? Do you see what we're doing?
So all the HJs.
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
That will cross, okay?
I'm wondering whether we should. I'm wondering whether we should identify what we're reducing the follow-up inspections for. Yeah. Reduce follow-up inspections for roof-mounted solar photovoltaic systems or something like that.
That's fine.
For reduce follow-up inspections without reducing the quality of the work and the inspection, maybe add a little bit onto it so it's not.
Okay. How about reduce follow-up inspections for roof-mounted PV systems?
But I have a problem with that because that includes, we're targeting AB 2188, small PV. So we want to take with small PV.
We can add small PV.
Right. Without compromising safety or the quality of the installation.
Why do you have to say small? Why wouldn't you just simply say reduce follow-up inspections for rooftop-mounted photovoltaic solar systems rated 10 kW?
Small is already.
Okay, that's small. That was the word you had to stay with there. This is what AB 2188 is. Stay with the word.
That's fine. Okay. Small is already.
Don't come up with some other
small is already
adjective that
roof-mounted PV system
rated 10 kW and less.
Do you even need that? I think that since it's under the series of AB 2188, wouldn't that be just implied? And we could just please everybody by saying just reduce follow-up inspections for roof-mounted PV systems. Since the series is AB 2188, and this is.
I like that better because
you might not have to say that.
4 or 5 years from now, 2188 is going to be a far gone spot. It's like okay, let's just keep it a little bit more generic where it can be applicable 4 or 5 years from now.
So for roof-mounted PV systems, then do we want to say without sacrificing quality or safety? Do you want those words in there?
I think yeah, because I think that's.
I think it's a great because it gives you the objective what you're trying to do.
Okay.
That's going to be for single family, 2-family, commercial, industrial. Everything is going to go under this.
No, it goes. This is AB 2188.
So you're not mentioning anything what you want to do.
But it's
Safety
that's mentioned in the title.
There we go. Okay. All right. Got it.
Okay, so we have straw man on there. How's it look so far? Here in the room.
I'm okay with it. It's not.
Policy could say without compromising safety or quality.
Yeah, take out or on.
Safety or quality.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm much happier with it.
Great. Folks online, anybody have any other comments, suggestions?
Looks good.
Looks good. Any other thing else?
Looks good to me.
Excellent. All right, that's really good. Okay, going to move on to the background. Online, any comments, suggestions on the background?
I'm happy with it. I like it.
Yeah, I like it.
I like it.
Yeah.
I do too. This is great.
Thank you. Okay, in the group, Steve?
The only thing I would add is after the common interpretation of applicable codes, comma, standards, add standards to that also. Codes, applicable codes and standards.
Okay. Anybody else?
If you're going to do that, please could you just say it's not an interpretation of open communication, so it's really a common interpretation of applicable codes and standards, comma, and an open communication.
Yeah, I think you'd have to put in there and create or and develop or something an open communication of expectations.
Right, the grammar's a little wonky now.
Yeah, a little wonky, but there's something missing there, it looks like.
You could almost make it into a whole separate sentence and just put a period after standards and then somehow open communication made us do a new sentence instead of running on.
I don't. Too long of a sentence.
Yeah. It is. It is long. So many inspections fail due to lack of understanding of standards, period. Any suggestions for the next sentence?
I got one on the first sentence. Where it says a lack of cohesive training, I don't particularly like cohesive training. I'd rather see something maybe like more like a lack of knowledge, or lack of code knowledge, or lack of understanding. Facilitate common interpretation.
Or lack of targeted training.
Yeah, because the training is really more of the solution than it is anything else.
Well, it could be a lack of understanding.
Lack of understanding.
We're already saying that at the beginning, lack of understanding of the code, they would say lack of common interpretation. That's what they say.
I agree with that the lack of cohesive training really isn't failing the inspections.
Sorry.
What if you said many inspections failed due to a lack of understanding of codes and standards, a lack of preparation, and a lack of open communication of expectations between the inspector, and just leave out that whole part about the cohesive training?
Yeah.
If I go on the roof, I do both things.
Sure. Yeah, we're not ready.
Whatever I'm gonna do in the ridge.
And wait until like Tuesday of next week to go on the roof because.
Oh my God.
Green 5 here.
Yeah.
And then Saturday warm and then sunny, and then by Tuesday it's supposed to be almost.
Folks, nobody's having a separate discussion. Can we get back to the meeting?
There you go.
Okay, good. Okay, so we're going to try and capture what was just said.
Kevin has a comment. He says, I feel that the limitations to the 10 kW still needs to be in the issue statement. As the document starts to be utilized by other AHJs, they can modify as necessary to 15 kW or others that they allow.
That's not part of the AB21
Right.
program.
So the feedback in regards to that is Kevin? Yeah, this is related back to AB 2188. So the focus is AB 2188.
It's already assumed that it's 2188.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to the background and let's capture what was just said. Many inspections failed. How's it look, Paul?
Many inspections failed due to lack of understanding of code standards and a lack of preparation. And then we got stuck on and a lack of cohesive training.
I would suggest get rid of cohesive training and put in just a lack of code standards and preparation and a lack of common interpretation or a lack of open communication of expectations, because it seems like that's one of the biggest keys there is having that open communication. So I think that should be in there somewhere, but I agree that cohesive training really doesn't need to be in there.
Okay, so let's try and get that. first before we move on? Is this one thing at a time on here? Okay, Paula?
So maybe delete that.
Okay.
I don't think you need the word lack in there twice.
Yeah, it's pretty am.
Yeah.
There you go.
So just a thought, what if you just simply said, many inspections fail due to colon, and then you put a couple of bullet items. You just say this, 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 this. So for what I would have is, many inspections fail due to, one, a lack of understanding of codes and standards. Two, not being prepared for the inspection. Three, not having sufficient.
Let's get through that. Hang on a sec. That's 4
Insufficient, insufficient communication of expectations or something.
So it sounds like that's a good way to do this. So, Paul, no, the bullet doesn't go there yet.
No.
So many inspections fail due to colon.
They're all lack of, due to a lack of.
Bullet.
Wait until you take out all the lacks, but just go with a lack of understanding of codes and standards. That's one.
That's bullet number 1. Okay, good.
Then your next one is going to be insufficient preparation for the inspection.
Yep, that's good.
Okay.
Another one would be is not having been trained.
Wouldn't that fall under the top bullet?
No,
because
I think that the lack of understanding of the codes and standards is different.
Why don't you just put training deficiencies?
That would be another.
Yeah, because training doesn't really apply to everybody. Some people don't need the training.
Okay.
Well, I don't need it because I know everything. Is that what you're saying? No, I mean that's really a weird statement. I mean, everybody needs training. I pick up something every time.
Can I make
It's okay to be a know-it-all if you actually know it all, John.
And then the last,
we got to make sure we capture John Tacker's
and then the
comment.
last one after training deficiencies, bullet item, is that insufficient communication of expectations between the inspector and the installer. Those are your 4 things.
Yep. Good.
Yeah, I like it.
Now we can do some massaging of the installer. I didn't know what a installer was.
I think the solar energy action. I think the solar energy action committee should be the lead off sentence in key considerations versus putting it right there too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not really a background for the issue.
The second sentence in the last bullet item to go.
The SEAC one it's not a bullet item. It's separate.
It
It's
should be
separate
separate,
line
yeah.
under background.
Or that could probably even fall in one of these key considerations.
So we're saying it's the last bullet, take it out.
Put it somewhere else.
Second sentence.
It's really not background.
Yeah, it's not background.
It's just take that, copy that line, put it under recommendations. Because that's really what you're doing.
Yeah.
That's your recommendation. The recommendation is your practical methods of compliance.
Okay, so stick it down there for now, and then when we get there.
No, park it right at the beginning of recommendation.
Or even under key considerations, it could be.
Like that.
There.
Yeah.
So put it there for now, and okay, let's go back up. Okay, under background, you take the last bullet out to correct. So you can move that. Oh, the last bullet? Yeah. Okay, so let's go online first. What do you think?
I like it.
Anybody else?
Lack knowledge, code and standards knowledge. I don't know. I don't know if understanding or knowledge is a better word to.
Yeah.
I like it.
Okay.
It could be both. Understanding is not sufficient.
Anybody else?
Same as knowledge.
Correct.
Yeah.
Anybody else online? So you want to okay. So we have Pete and John. Folks will be here to have some suggestions.
Well, since we're using insufficient in the second line, should we use it in the first instead of saying a lack of, and then going to insufficient on the second line, just for
be consistent.
keeping that some parallel language.
Well, the other way you can do it is you can say many inspections fail due to insufficient, and then
there you go.
It's understanding of codes and standards, preparation for the inspection, training, and communication of expectations. So you can get rid of deficiency. So it's insufficient training.
Right.
So you take out, get rid of it, a lack of. There we go. There you go. The next one is to take out the word insufficient. Take out the word
maybe knowledge. Somebody recommended knowledge, maybe knowledge or understanding of codes and standards.
And then take out insufficient there. Okay.
Now that reads much
That looks
better.
a lot better, yeah.
Now you have less words. Okay, folks, so I'm describing you the Pete Jackson way of writing.
Anybody else here in the room? You guys know look okay? Online, anybody else? Let's look.
Looks good.
Okay, excellent. Okay, we're going to move forward to current status.
How we say it?
Yeah, I mean, again, this doesn't have anything to do with current status of the problem.
So Jim suggests maybe strike that out completely, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So just take out
the whole thing.
take out the sentence, but leave current status blank.
Yeah, when I think about current status, I think, you know, basically what's happening with this problem right now. Like it's a little bit better description of the problem or what's happening with it now. And I just put in, I'm not wed to these words, but inspections are failing every day, which is creating more work for AHJs and installers. Customers are suffering delays in turning on their solar. There's no organized effort to improve this situation, and it's being exacerbated by the increasing volume of PV installations. Given the planned sunsetting of the ITC, I know this is wordy, but this is my thought. Given the planned sunsetting of the ITC, this situation will only get worse in 2016 as customers and installers are rushing to take advantage of the tax.
You know, you bring up a good point that maybe something we want to add to the next one up is, and that's the utility aspect of it. That's a big part of why, you know, maybe they're not necessarily failing inspections, but it's part of the delay.
Part of the delay, right?
I don't know if we want to.
Isn't background and current status redundant, really?
It is a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
We can take Paula, you have Jim's language, emailed it to you.
Yeah. Well, I don't have it on this computer.
Okay.
do we want to include under many inspections fail due to, I mean, due to utility connection issues?
Can't current status just be where we're at and we're formulating?
But I like what Jim is suggesting too. It's good because Jim is saying, hey, look, inspections are failing every day. So that's very good if you could capture his two sentences. That's very good. So that would be.
Yeah, I think that if you went with that, I suggest you go with current inspections are failing every day, which is doing something. One is creating more work for everybody, so and two, it is impeding the it creates a situation where people are less inclined to want to go forward with having a solar
inconveniencing customers.
Stop there.
Yeah.
I would not go in on talking about
tax
credit. I wouldn't talk about the customers are frustrated and all that stuff. Or we can stay with facts rather than opinions in there. I think we're better.
Inspections are failing every day, which is good.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's try, Paula, can you capture what John said first and before we move on?
She did.
He said he takes facts and not opinions.
Yeah, but what the actual what he said, what John said.
It's the first sentence. Or you can just put it in there if you want, and then we can just deal with it. Inspections. Just if you could type this in, please. Inspections are failing every day, which is creating more work for AHJs and installers, and adversely impacting the interest in solar installations. Would that help you? Would that work for you, Jim?
That's fine.
Okay, so just put that in and delete everything else.
So even a smaller piece, I mean, if we said repeat inspections are just causing inefficiencies for all stakeholders, I mean, wouldn't that kind of cover it as well, or we'd need to dive a little deeper?
It's better.
I kind of look at like the current, I'm looking at this current status, and it sounds to me like the current status, if you were identifying, like if we were talking about global warming, and the current status to me would be something saying something that unless something is done about this, or unless we come up with a solution to this, it's going to continue and continue to hurt the industry and continue to hurt the inspection staff's time and everything else. It's something like that, the current status, kind of saying that this can't continue in current status. It's failing and we need to fix it.
Okay, the word failing is in there.
And I would say affecting the interest in PV installation.
I don't want to say
Going
that.
after, Jim? Oh, that's not a fact, actually.
Yeah, it's more opinion.
I don't want to say
so forget that.
Well, we know inspections are failing every day. We know it's causing a lot of time for the AHJs and the installers, and like Mike said, the customers are frustrated.
And it's adversely impacting the PV installation.
Customers.
Yeah, it's adversely affecting the widespread adoption of solar PV.
Yeah, one thing I have to add, and I hate to go back to the background because I know we want to move on, but as we're going down the list, I identify other things. One of the things that we don't have under background is one of the main reasons we have for failed inspections is the quality of the installation. Okay. And I don't see anything up there that
Put a fifth bullet point,
Yeah.
quality of the inspection.
Quality
of the installation.
Quality of the installation, by all means.
See, but now you're pointing out the installers. Everything we've done to this point has not indicated anything the inspector's doing wrong in particular or anything that the installer's doing wrong in particular. Now you're saying the installer's failing by not doing a quality installation. And I think that was our approach, was to not point fingers and put anybody on the defensive. You're just putting the installer on the defensive with that one.
But if we don't identify that as one of the problems, I don't see a whole lot
Say
of
quality control or something maybe, because then it could be assumed
understanding
that the
codes.
inspector has some sort of.
Understanding codes and standards could also be directed at the inspector or the installer. It's really
Right. That's what I'm saying. All of these could be directed at the installer or the inspector, but when you say the quality of things, I'm just throwing that out there. We were intending to not point what either party is doing wrong, and try to create this holistic approach to say this is what we all need to focus on. And then when if you could say quality control, then maybe that you're saying the inspector is walking out there and not pointing out something that needs to be pointed out, or the installer installed something with a quality issue. But when you say that particular statement, you're kind of saying this installer is not installing this right, and then you're putting the installer on the defensive.
I don't think we can deny the fact that that's a real reason for a lot of failed inspections, but wording it in such a manner that doesn't look like it's pointing fingers, maybe that.
What if you said quality of work, because it's the quality of the inspection?
Something like that, but I would suggest that you word it to where you're not saying the installers are not installing a quality product, because that's some, sure, but and then there's other inspectors that just turn a blind eye to bad quality. So how do you capture that? Because if the inspector's not pointing out bad quality, which they should be, then they're not protecting the industry from some guy coming from Kansas, and mixing gasoline with this paint, and whoever these travelers are that are doing this kind of work that they shouldn't be doing. So the inspectors need to catch the quality, and the installer needs to provide the quality. But how do we? I'm suggesting that we capture this statement without pointing a finger.
So say quality of work. Product quality of work, because it doesn't matter whether it's the inspector's work or the installer's work.
So let's put that on there.
Perfect.
Quality of work.
Workmanship standards. I mean, quality of work or workmanship standards. I mean, this is right out. What you're saying here with understanding of code and standards is you're really saying the same thing. If an inspector or an installer doesn't understand this, you're not going to get anywhere.
Better, yeah.
Don, what about this? Quality of work.
That looks great. I think quality workmanship is great. You could take that either way. I don't think we should word anything to put anybody on the defensive.
All right. How's that look right now? How's it look? Okay.
I like that.
Okay, good.
I like it.
Let's
more
go back
positive.
I'm just using the term workmanship, but it comes, for me anyway, implies the contractor.
I don't think there's any way that we can get away from, you know, I hate to say pointing fingers, but I don't think there's any way we can get away from identifying what the problems are, and we all have to take a certain amount of responsibility for it, or why there's failed inspections, whether it's lack of knowledge on the inspector's part. I agree. I'm an inspector, and I agree there's inspectors out there that have a lack of knowledge, and I'm not afraid of putting it in a document like this. But we have to make it look, we have to present it in a reasonable manner to where it doesn't look like.
Can we put both? Can we say installers and inspectors? So that will. Let's do both. To be fair. All the information of inspectors and installers. Yeah.
No.
I think that you kind of, with workmanship, you're going back at the installer. If you just leave it with quality of work, that's the quality of the work of the inspector and the installer, without saying workmanship.
So Paul,
That's a good idea.
Okay.
Sounds a little better.
Okay, so it looks like we're getting something here that's workable. How's that sound, folks?
Hey, this is Royale. Just to really throw a wrench in. It almost looks like to me that the information that we have in the background and current status are reversed. Looks like to me all of a sudden the background ought to be under current status from the definition of what these things are. Why is it the current status is the fact that many inspections are failing due to insufficient understanding, blah, 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 blah. The background is that inspections are failing every day. I mean, it's the same thing.
I agree. I think they're the same. I think they're very redundant, and I think maybe you could just take that statement from current status, put it right below the word background, and have one sentence there instead of 2 and 3. Just have it under that. Just get rid of current status completely. Drop that paragraph right above many inspections fail, and you'd pretty much catch it all.
I agree with them. Like we don't need current status. We could even put background / current
Yeah, because
status.
current status is going to change, hopefully. That's why we're doing this.
Okay, so how's this look?
Get rid of the, there we go.
See?
My only thought would be in the draft item that we approved last time, our format had that current status. Will we eliminate that current status going forward on all the documents, and should we go back and remove it on the last document?
Or just combine the two?
So here's give you a little update. I'm actually we're working on a new template, and we'll hopefully send that out to you either this week or next week, and we'll have opportunity. I mean, if the current status doesn't make sense, you can take it out. So we're not, this is not a rigid thing here. So you can take current status out now and don't have that as part of the speech. That's not a problem. Whatever, this is not a legal document or anything like that.
I vote we take status out. We just have background.
All right.
Second.
Sounds good. So it's out.
Sorry, Paula.
Okay. So now we have background. How's that? Online folks, how's that read to you? And we'll format it later on, so it looks real good.
I'm good. Royale.
Roy, thank you. Anybody else online? Alan, Jeff, Mark?
Looks good to me.
Okay, excellent.
It looks good.
That's good?
Looks good.
All right, so we're going to move on. Key considerations. What are the facts that need to be taken into consideration regarding this issue?
Yeah, the same statement as issue 1.
Yeah. I think it's a good thing to stay with the objective is, unless you put it up in the issue statement. One thing that struck me when I read this for about the 80th time is I'd suggest putting between the word assist and the word the is put both, so that you're saying it's both people that are, it's just both of them doing it. And then just further emphasize rather than just say assist the HJ installer.
It's just that we say the key considerations we define as provided summary of the important facts to be taken into consideration. consideration, and then our statement is going to state the objective, which is fine, but again, that doesn't seem to.
It doesn't fit in the
It doesn't fit, yeah.
I know, I hate to harp on this, but it doesn't, I mean, I think we'll have to do this once, and then the rest of these will flow better. But I just feel like what we have written there doesn't belong there.
Yeah, it's good
I think that the first half of that sentence that says the objective of this briefing, yada yada, that actually probably could be in the issue statement, and the key considerations could just start with the word many and be done with it.
Or key considerations could be called objective.
Well, key considerations is, I mean, who is this, I'm going to call it a product for? Who are the customers? Who's going to use this? Take those things in mind. Are there any implications that need to be considered if this issue?
The number 6 is applicable to whom? You know,
Is this where we put something in like your IT forecasting?
yeah, the tax credit or something.
Yeah, I mean, I put in 6 things into this section that I thought were key considerations, but some of them now are a little bit redundant with the issues thing that we wrote up. So, I mean, I had many installers have lack of understanding. We already got that covered in issues. Some combination inspectors, to Sparky's point, may not have sufficient training or education on electrical. Customers are seeing delays due to failed inspections. Inspection agencies are spending, again, I have time and money in here, so I probably shouldn't have money, but there's no formal communication or setting of expectations between the two, and there's a lack of consistency. But you know, I feel like some of these things are already covered. Okay.
I think you almost need to backwards engineer the recommendations section and to fill in the key considerations section.
That's what my thinking too. It basically, this is the tee up that we resolve in the recommendations.
Right. So that's where you're getting what you're getting from me, right? These are the key considerations and these are the recommendations to resolving those. So I would just literally try to do some kind of short, brief key considerations based on like a backwards engineering of our recommendations.
Yeah, I actually agree with that.
Okay, so any suggestions? Don?
Hater. I just want to be on the SEAC calendar.
No cost you. Okay, so any suggestions online? Any suggestions how to change this?
Can we just take his advice and we'll word something afterwards? But does everyone agree with the principle of basically making these key considerations mirror or lead into the recommendation?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Just make a note that we need to go back then.
Okay. In a sense, but it's also a place you could bring up your investment tax credit. Those are considerations that are driving this too. You kept some other ideas there.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Yeah.
I know we can't compromise on safety or quality, but isn't a lot of this to do with cost and time? I mean, that is a key consideration of why we're considering it. So we're looking at reducing time and cost without compromising on safety and quality.
That'd be an appropriate place to put it.
And just be done with that. I think that would be sufficient. What you said is that but we've already. But then why do you say that under key considerations? Then the question is, why do you have key considerations? You just said that's the issue.
Isn't saving time assumed to save cost?
I feel a little bit like John does.
So okay.
I feel similar.
I mean, yeah, issue saving is more of a goal statement. Trying to accomplish what the issue is. The issue is reduce time and cost without compromising safety and quality.
So I kind of look at it this way: is that the more words you have, it can possibly fix things. But the problem is, the more words you have, it can also have it that people aren't going to read it, or they're going to gloss over it. So you really want to cut to the chase. You want to cut to the chase. So why not just simply go with you got your issue statement, you got the reason why you're doing it, which is what the background is. Okay. And background, I'd even think about considering that the background is even more so changing it to say this is the reason why we're at, the reason we're making the recommendation, and then you give your recommendation. There you are. Consideration. I agree.
shouldn't the key considerations could be like neither of these statements really looks good. They both look like they should be somewhere else in the issue statement or something like that. They don't either sound like key consideration, the objective of the briefing, or many of the solutions. Key considerations to me should probably start off by saying identify solutions to this, provide education to that, facilitate, this or that or the next thing. These are things that need to be considered, and then in your recommendations, these are what we recommend to do. But the considerations are the things you need to think about to fix the problems identified in item 2. So we've kind of identified the problems in item 2. These are considerations, and then these are our recommendations. So whether or not the key considerations should at least list some of the items in the recommendations, but they could even list more, and then these are what we're recommending.
Yeah,
but it should be identify solutions to this or that. It should be, provide more additional training should be provided. The IAEI should work together with ICC and CALBO to do this, and yada, yada, yada. These are things that we should be considering. And what is the SEAC recommending that we do out of those considerations?
So, what's already in the recommendations? Okay, so why don't we go and
the best example of a consideration that I heard was Pete saying, like, the ITC is going to expire. We have to consider that. We have to consider this limit.
Yeah,
we have limited
exactly.
resources. We've got
that's something that would fit there.
Right, that's something that would fit there because it's going to drive our recommendations.
And cost is a consideration.
Maybe not for us. ITC is running out. I'm going to do faster inspection, and is that
no, you're going to get flooded. You're going to get flooded. So
that's a good point.
So
with the inspectors now having to do many more inspections because they're getting more inspections, that's another thing that needs to be a consideration is the inspector's time, the installer's cost, inspector's time, installer's cost, the ITC, all of that makes perfect sense.
Okay, so we're going to strike the sentence out. Let's capture ITC, cost, what else?
Time, inspector's time,
cost,
or time management or something like that.
Inspector's time, what else?
Quantity of inspections.
Quantity of inspections.
That's a huge thing.
Yeah. Cost and not both inspectors and the installer. Yeah. So go back to cost and go from the quantity and under cost.
And I'm trying to think of a better term, a way to say it, but is there's also having the confidence that there's compliance with safety requirements. Well, because part of it is that when they, some inspector might be doing overkill because they're worried that did I miss something, or and all that.
Cost to the inspector and the installer, to the HJ and the installer.
But what I'm
getting
and then
at, I think you should do bullet points on this, just like the one that you did on background.
Okay, how about the
compliance?
So
or not compliance?
We're going to strike the sentence on top, okay? And then, just for the sake of time, let's just capture the main items, and then we'll come when we send this out again. We'll wordsmith it a little bit. So we want to make sure we capture these bullets: ITC, cost, both parties, the inspector's time.
I would throw training in there somewhere.
I'd put inspector
availability of training is a key consideration. Availability of regional training or something like that.
So okay,
I'd put inspector
slash. Yeah,
it's both.
Inspector slash installer.
I agree with Pete because one of the key things for this whole group is to keep binding together both of us.
Right.
So pull out that bullet: inspector slash installer. Time.
Yeah. Good point.
Okay, good. And then training was mentioned. Don, what would you say about training?
I would say something about training in there. Yeah, and I like the inspector installer thing in there.
But that's part of the recommendation.
I would say another one is
Maybe lack of training or lack of availability.
That's a key consideration is, the lack of availability of training or something like that, or something, but training should be in there.
We're all promoting ourselves.
Yeah.
Determining the compliance with requirements. Determining the compliance with those requirements, because that's
we have training in both as a bullet point in section 2 and section 3.
Yeah.
Just point that out.
Should we throw in there that bureaucracy is the epoxy that lubricates the wheels of government?
on to the dark side.
We'll put that.
Let's make that a foot.
I would take training out.
Okay, so we have a suggestion to take training out because it's already repeated on top.
I'll try about for the 8 times in other words.
Yes.
Determining compliance with the requirements.
Determining compliance with the requirements.
That's important to both the inspectors and the installers that it is in compliance with them. They don't have any problems later on, and that the inspector is not high and dry for having this stuff.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, 703 is a perfect example.
Okay, so we got the major bullets, and then we'll go
And
back.
I'd say make sure it's determining compliance with the minimum requirement. There's some people that want to go a lot further.
Okay, this is good work. Excellent.
Are you applying to a sector of the industry, sir, or are you talking about the whole industry?
I'm saying everybody.
He's trying not to point fingers.
I'm not pointing a finger.
Let's move on, folks. Let's move on. Okay, we got 5 good bullets here. Are those, does that capture everything that we consider? And look, online, what do you guys think?
Should we say compliance to standard and code or compliance to what? So that's
Well, requirements are kind of like more specific.
it's broad. That was broader.
Yeah.
This could be
Fuzzy to me.
Alan, you have a suggestion?
Oh, I mean, I was just agreeing with Mustafa. That's a little bit fuzzy to me. Minimum requirements. Are we going to say that? I mean, what exactly are we talking about? Codes and standards, or?
Yeah.
So,
Well, why don't you just say compliance requirements as a bullet point? Compliance requirements.
Or installation.
Okay, key considerations is just simply compliance with the requirements. How's that?
Yes, I like that. That's better.
An additional point that's worth mentioning, if we're going to mention the ITC as a consideration, then changes to net metering would also be in a similar category. There'll be an influencing factor
That's
on.
fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Regulatory change.
It's already hitting us.
Yeah.
Well, and it's not so much regulatory per se. It's really, you know, the rate structures that consumers would have and how that will influence, you know, deadlines and people's effort to get things done in time.
Okay. I think it's important, and I think it's different tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, it's more of a function of changes to net metering more than just net metering in itself.
Yep.
Right.
Maybe more.
So changes to net metering.
A lot of people aren't going to know what ITC is.
So, but
Yeah,
this
you
is
could-
just a
So, I mean, can we spell that out?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is just capturing the
Tax
idea.
credit.
Yeah,
And likewise, it would probably be appropriate to say changes to the investment tax credit or
Right.
the expiration of the investment tax credit.
Yeah.
How about investment tax credit deadline? Or something like that. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if that's as clear, but just probably changes to the investment tax credit is more generic and should be
Yeah,
clear.
that sounds good.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we'll play around with this a little bit more, and then you guys will have another chance at it. Okay, so let's move on to the meat of this package, recommendations. So, okay, let's keep this up. Yes, this is a big one. This is the fun part. Let's start, we moved the sentence down from status, current status, and we're saying the Solar Energy Action Committee has identified practical methods of compliance in an effort to assist installers and AHJs. Maybe this should say a little bit more, following our recommendations or something to that effect. I mean, what if you're back from you guys? Online?
Other than saying the following practical methods of compliance.
The following, identifies the following. Has identified the following. Okay, that's good. And maybe a colon at the end of AHJs.
I'm trying to think of what of compliance really means.
Yeah, I didn't like the word compliance here either when it was in the other section, but but it's not quite best practices because we're not doing it.
Practical methods of assist to assist.
Yeah.
Yeah,
all
I
it is.
drop out to effort.
Yeah, because compliance is already assumed.
Yeah, that's better. Smart.
Okay. The other question to what you see that is that should there be any indication? I look at the recommendations, and some of these recommendations, at least most of the ones I look at, I think have already proven that they actually do help. So should we kind of give something in that first statement that these following practical methods that have proven to assist installers in AHCs? In other words, to encourage people to think that, you know, it's not just a great idea, but it has shown that
it's kind of, I mean, we want it to be best practices, right? We've seen this stuff work.
Right.
You know, so I don't mind your language there. I mean,
just a thought.
So how would you change that sentence?
I just added the following practical method, following proven practical.
I would add it right after the following. I would say it has identified the following as proven practical methods to assist the installer in AHJ.
As proven.
As proven.
Okay, good.
There you go.
Yeah, I like the word proven, John. That's good.
Okay. Anybody else?
Instead of encourage people to try it.
Right. And we're saying it's been done and it works.
That was the only reason.
Yeah.
So let's jump into number 1. Talks about basic electrical training.
You want me to start there? I was pretty outspoken about that one.
Okay.
When I first read that, I automatically thought of the finger pointing. For one, I don't know that anybody employs inspectors that don't already have basic electrical training. Now, if you want to narrow it down to solar PV electrical training, I think it might carry a little bit more impact.
I wish Mustafa was here.
He is.
I'm here.
Oh,
I agree with him 100%.
Instead of basic.
Pat, I think there are still jurisdictions out there who keep people pretty specific on some things. I mean, I know Santa Clara County, where I was working, they wouldn't even send the guys out unless they were electrical inspectors to do PV. How about if we just change that first sentence to say basic electrical training should be provided for installers and inspectors?
Yes, I like that.
I don't like that. Like I said, it's already assumed that an electrical inspector of PV system has basic electrical training.
And what we're looking, I think what we're looking at is a specific training for those people both, just for the PV.
Yeah,
kind of
if you eliminate PV, I could agree with it.
So think about this: is that how many times have we all sat in a training session and updated codes? And when we get to the stuff about PV, it's given short shrift if at all.
Yeah.
Yes.
And when I get training as an electrical inspector, I may get training on the basic electrical, but I don't get training at all on the PV stuff specifically. So therefore, I think that plays into what you're saying, Pat, is just say that there should be specific training for the PV.
Right.
Yeah.
How about any suggestions? Is it basic PV training?
I would say PV training.
I take the basic off because that's kind of insulting.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
right.
Or at least more comprehensive PV training.
Electrical training specific.
You want to emphasize what we're trying to do.
Right.
There you go. I like specific, PV-specific training.
I would really like to include for their electrical theory, the basics of electrical, that it's, you know, continual. They got to continually train with that. They need reminders.
So we have first PV specific training should be provided for installers and inspectors. And then take out who inspect PV.
I think Steve is next.
So, okay, Steve?
Basically, I struck out basic electrical training should be provided for, and capitalized inspectors who inspect PV systems should be qualified and trained in the areas of basic theory and include the applicable parts of Chapter 1 through 4, as well as the Article 690 and 705 of the NEC/CEC. Although there's no specific certification for PV inspectors, the combination inspector should be encouraged to attend the local IAI, ICC, and CALBO meetings.
I think if you leave installers and inspectors in there, I don't have a problem with what Steve says. But if you only have it in inspectors and then you include the part about basic, I think you're going down a dead end.
But isn't it that a number 2 is talking about installer?
Yeah.
So let's get number 1 first. Okay, step number 1. So
Cross out, basic electrical training should be provided for, crossed out, and then just start the paragraph with inspectors who inspect PV systems.
hang on, let's try a little bit of time. So
Take out the training should start with, take that out.
okay.
Inspectors who inspect PV systems should be qualified.
Sorry, I'll correct that. Inspectors who?
Expect TV
Inspectors who should be qualified and trained in the area, and then cross out the training should start with and just add of
qualified in the areas of
basic, theory,
See, I don't
basic.
I don't particularly like that if it's directed at inspectors only.
You got the down below, you go to the installer.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
But I just don't like that.
the thing is that item 2 is only talking about the on-site representative.
Yeah. In your opening statements, both installer and inspector.
Yeah.
So you have to include both when you're flushing it out into what
So,
it's saying.
installers, inspectors.
I don't like the word basic. I mean, I can see basic applying to, you know, the contractor's representative on site because they are more likely not to have any basic training, but an inspector should always have basic training in electrical theory.
Yeah.
I just don't. I don't like that. I don't like that applying to
Sometimes a little
inspectors.
refreshment on what DC theory is compared to AC.
Yeah, but that's not what they're talking about. It mentions chapters 1 through 4.
Yeah.
To me, if I read that, it's important.
So
Take out chapters 1 through 4, because they do need some basic electrical theory.
But an inspector should have that already.
Yeah.
should.
At least a refresher.
Yeah, we're looking at electrical. We got to remember we're dealing with combined inspectors. The guys may not have that electrical background. They have a basic.
They have to, or they don't have their certification.
Well,
There's a lot out there doing inspections without electrical certification.
Yeah,
electrical theory.
Yeah,
electric. Take out the word basic. Basic is insulting for an
yeah,
inspector.
electrical. But you would have to have a little theory.
So, let's wrap right now. Inspectors who inspect PV systems should be qualified and trained in the areas of electrical theory and include the applicable parts of chapter 1 through 4. Okay.
I can live with that. I still don't like it 100%.
Yeah, chapter 1 through 4 is basic, like for every inspector.
Yeah, but that's combo.
I can see a contractor getting into an argument with an inspector and saying, look, it says right here, you got to be qualified. If you're not qualified, get out of here.
The reason for saying the applicable parts of chapters 1 through 4 is it's amazing how many people think that Article 690 is it, and that's all I need to use.
But we keep on preaching that in order for you to understand chapter 690, you have to understand chapter 1 through 4.
Then I think if we're going to leave a sentence, I don't think we should just apply that sentence to inspectors. It should be inspectors.
Why don't you say persons involved with PV systems should be qualified and trained in the areas of electrical theory? Persons involved with the installation of electrical systems. That's saying the installer and the inspector. Persons involved in the installation or inspection of electrical systems or something like that.
I like that.
Yeah.
Hey, Pat, I want to just make a statement about theory real quick.
Well, then we're getting back to that pointing fingers that the inspectors that are not doing it.
But Pat, maybe inspectors and installers.
So go back to
Colin,
let's get this in.
We have different opinions. Pat he wants to make sure he's satisfied before we move forward. So we're not pointing fingers. So if we go back to installers and inspectors, and I know we're just little persons.
If we could come up with a generic term for both of us, it'd probably work a lot easier. I could use a couple Chinese, but
okay.
After I've got to make a comment for you guys before,
Yeah,
I think it's going to help me and Pat really see eye to eye here. And I'm sorry if this takes too long, but I got to say it.
Sure.
Look, when I started as an inspector in 1989, I was a carpenter by trade, you know, with a general contractor family. But I was primarily a woodworker. I started as a combination inspector, and I really didn't get electrical theory until I started studying my ass off. Not just my electrical inspector's cert, my electrical plans examiner's cert. That's when the theory really started resonating, and of course made enforcing the electrical code a lot easier. But these combo inspectors, they don't know electricity is caused by the movement of electrons. They don't know Ohm's law. They've had the old 31016 table memorized and the breaker sizes, but they really didn't get theory.
Did they have enough training to do their job?
They had enough training to do the
None of them know what Kirchhoff's rule is.
And so I've been teaching electrical for a long, long time now, over 20 years. I've always found out that if you're teaching a subject, especially dealing with DC circuits or AC circuits, no matter what, it's always best to have a little bit in there for refresher so that they understand how both those, that statement in there for electrical theory is always a good refreshment because I understand combined inspectors.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you guys because I supervise, 20 inspectors combination, and some of them are sharp and some of them aren't. But I just think we need to keep it a little bit more generic so the ones that do know what they're doing and feel confident, they don't read this and get it.
You don't have to go into an elaborate thing, but at least the basics. This is what a DC is. This is this. You don't have to go into the calculations of that. It's something to make them understand.
So should this go back and say installers and inspectors? Persons?
I like persons.
Yeah, I like
persons. Involved in installation inspection is the same as the installer and inspector.
Yeah,
it really doesn't matter what term.
It is. So, okay, let's leave that as it is. And we've gone through, we have a lot of work to do still. Chapters 1 to 4, as well as Articles 698 through 5, NEC, CEC. That's good. Move on quick. Okay.
Yeah, keep going.
All right. All of this. Okay. Oh my gosh. All of there's no specific certification, et cetera. It's that work, and the training should be done on a regular basis. Does this capture the big ideas here instead of getting into the minutia of details? Online?
I would rather see basics taken out of the last sentence too.
Why don't you just start it at persons?
Only because we don't want to limit it to basics. We would encourage our inspectors to get advanced.
Based on the electrical code, code, and CDS.
Let's all take basics out. Okay.
But continue.
Do you think we should just start this sentence one at persons instead of PV systems? Because it's kind of redundant to say that in the first line and then say it again in the second line. So we should just start the sentence at persons involved in the training electrical systems should be qualified and trained in the areas of electrical theory and PV-specific training or something like that? It almost sounds redundant just to have those two lines. It's almost like we're saying the same thing twice.
You can almost eliminate the first
Just
sentence.
eliminate it right down to persons.
Well, eliminate the first sentence. I agree.
Concur.
No.
No.
Up there, yes. A little higher.
There you go. Excellent.
Let's highlight it.
No.
Yeah, there.
Okay, so.
There you go.
Okay, folks online, that looks good. That's number 1 now.
Yeah, that looks a lot better.
Okay, you guys here? Yeah. Good. Okay, we're going to move it up. Jeff?
I'm fine with it.
All right, number 2.
Are we dead set on leaving in there, although there are no specific certifications for PV inspectors? Because you're going to get an argument from NABCEP on that one.
Yeah, I think there's other certifications on the way.
I thought about that.
And that statement's going to be outdated in about a month anyway, so I think it's going to be outdated. There's no mandate for you could say, although there is no mandate for a specific certification, for PV inspectors.
I think we need to at least change that or eliminate it.
No, I think we should
Yeah, it either
eliminate
needs to be changed or eliminated.
So
I vote to eliminate it. I vote to keep the whole thing short and sweet, like we learned our lesson from issue number 1.
Yeah. So the suggestion is to eliminate that sentence.
I think so.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
Okay. Short and sweet.
The question is that when we did that, you know, when you look at this item 1, we're focusing solely on electrical training. There is training that you need for also on the structural side, or side. So it is interesting that we're focused solely here on electrical.
And only one code too.
One code. So I think that that's doing a little bit of a disservice.
Actually, the training I'm doing is
I think the electrical is the biggest part of it, but they do have to be versed on the fire codes and structure.
I think we should try to keep these a little more with some brevity in them and just have an additional one. So make number 2 in addition to electrical training. That way you're keeping these short kind of snappy sentences that are easier for people to look at and comprehend, rather than having I mean, when I look at these first 2 items on the bottom of that page, I could easily read those and get that short sentence. But once you start getting into that long run-on sentence, you kind of losing the person by the time they're done reading it. So I would suggest that we make it another section to just say number 2, in addition to TV or specific electrical training, you know, they should receive whatever basic structural or whatever.
Electrical training being the most important item gets lost in the fact that we're bringing all these other items.
Exactly.
Why couldn't you simply have a second sentence on item 1 that says training and qualification and training should also be for the fire and building codes? Or all that.
There you go.
Yeah,
Something like that.
It's mentioned, but it's not emphasized too much.
Yeah, we don't. You want to avoid the back of the hippie bus where you got all those bumper stickers and you can't tell what they're trying to say. You're better off with 3 or 4 that figures out, you know. Otherwise, it's like nuke a gay baby whale for Jesus or something. You don't know what the guy's trying to get across.
Other applicable codes are going to be the fire code.
Yeah, we don't want to look like the back of your car. Yeah, we don't want to back of your car.
Hey, Don, we love your comment.
Florida.
Okay, qualification training should be for all of the fire and building codes. Should be for,
should include, should also include, because you've already said.
Should include fire and other structural elements of PV inspection or something like that.
Building and fire code.
There you go.
It should also include fire and building codes applicable to PV installation.
Applicable.
Or actually, you don't even have to say applicable to PV installations. You say include applicable fire building codes. Period.
There you go. I like it.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So we're going to move on. Get rid of it. Number 2.
Yeah, one thing is just, could you flip the second and the third sentence so that the last statement is the training should be done on a regular basis, because it really applies.
Yeah. Okay, good catch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, Colin. You're doing
ongoing training.
You haven't killed us yet.
You can highlight that.
You're probably thinking it.
Can we just eliminate that last sentence and put regularly, you know, and trained regularly in that first sentence?
Or ongoing training and
ongoing training, yeah. How about persons involved with PV systems should well, no, then you'd have to change the whole. I don't want to go back and. I was going to say should receive ongoing training in the areas of.
The way you have the thing structured, you're first talking. You got to be qualified and trained in electrical code.
Right.
Second, you're saying you're qualified and trained for all the applicable other stuff. And then the third is that training should be done on a regular or continual basis or ongoing basis. Any term you want to use.
Sure.
So on a regular, ongoing basis.
We don't need to go forward. One or the other.
Okay, so
regular or
ongoing training. Ongoing training should be performed on a regular basis. Should be received on a regular basis, or something like that. I would say ongoing training.
Regular basis.
Or something. I don't know.
Let's just leave it
what do you think, John? You know it.
That's great. Move on.
Let's move on.
Okay, good. All right, number 2. We're getting real close to Lunch, yes. I see a pattern to these meetings. Okay, so
lunch battery.
The install. Okay, I'm not going to read it, but let's take a look at number 2. Online. So, any comments initially from you folks?
I'd take out reasonable things.
Familiar.
Something like that.
Well,
reasonable. What's reasonable?
Jeff, Mark, Ron, Alan.
Remember, this is
Should
not
be knowledgeable
code.
of the
This is
installation.
not code, so you don't have to worry about those interpretations.
Certification.
Can we go back to 1 if you don't mind?
No.
We don't change it.
Mustafa, you got to quit living in the past, man. just kidding.
Person involved. The person involved could be inspectors and installers.
Exactly.
So why are we dealing with number 2 if it's already discussing person involved? Because before it was inspector, installer, now they actually put everybody in that person involved. That means whoever is involved, inspectors, installers. No? Okay.
I think.
Well, now number 2 is a little redundant now.
Yeah. Sure.
You could almost get rid of that whole. You should almost get rid of that whole first sentence on the bottom of that page 2, and just start at, it is in the best interest of installers to have a representative that is familiar with PV systems as inspections, corrections are performed, blah, 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 I would think.
Oh, we don't expect the on-site
start right there, you're
to have the
done.
same training as the installer.
Okay.
So
it sounds like a good suggestion.
I like that better.
Yep.
Anything else?
Well, isn't it that on the inspector checklist we ask for a qualified person to be at this, to get there to do the inspection?
We just said that in issue 1, right above that. Persons involved in the installation and inspections should be qualified and trained in the areas of electrical inspection. So we shouldn't repeat that in section 2. So we can abbreviate section 2 by eliminating anything that's redundant from what we just said in 1.
The last
installer is not
sentence.
necessarily
Okay,
the
so
on-site
for
rep.
that thought, Don, then what you need to do is you need to go down into item 2 in the middle there and take out it is recommended to have the installer representatives become familiar with the inspection-related material of the California Permanent Guidebook and the manufacturer installation inspections. Copy that and put that up in the upper one. Because really, you need to know about the code, you need to know about the guidebook, and you need to know about the manufacturer's installation instructions.
I would copy that and put that at the very bottom of this because these are the recommendations. So we're going to say they should be trained, the installer should have somebody on site that's familiar with the systems, the inspection checklist, yada, 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 and then put that at the very bottom as like a final recommendation that's not really a bullet point, but more like a footer statement.
Okay, so let's hang on. What do you guys think of moving that as a final recommendation?
I agree.
Yeah. We're getting, the one comment I have is I don't think we can expect the on-site rep to have the same qualifications as the installer. I think some of the big solar city and them, they're not going to have the same person that installs it out there on site. And I wouldn't expect the same person on site to have the same knowledge. So putting it into
I completely agree with that.
Training.
Yeah, they just got to be able to open up equipment for the inspector.
So Paul, go back up.
I completely agree. He should have the basic understanding of the systems and the ability to open up junction boxes and equipment, and that's it.
Yeah, we don't expect them to know any safety.
Yeah, I think the overall concept we're trying to capture as number 2 is that it's in the best interest of the installer to have a representative on site. That's the big picture item. We don't want to dilute that. I don't think you need something. Yeah, and I don't think you need the last sentence of number 2 because again, we said also the installation crew should have training on a regular basis to know the last thing. We've already captured that up above.
Okay, that's what he got.
And that's not specific to having the on-site representative. That's the big picture, so we should stick to that.
Does that make sense? Since you guys gone. Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah,
number 2 should
on
basically.
number 2, go ahead, Alan.
Oh, I was going to say the number 2. Yeah, it should just basically be saying that it is good for the inspection tech to actually be able to understand questions and to be able to open equipment. I mean, it doesn't need to be necessarily any particular training or certification or anything. So
He should have the basic
Maybe we
tools
can
and knowledge to be able to access equipment and provide answers about the system or something.
Yeah,
Maybe you
and
could
not all,
even be moved down to 7.
Yeah, gotta have some basic.
not all installing companies even have reps. Some do, some do not. It's a big advantage, and it's much quicker for those that do have reps.
So the best interest is
Yeah, because they don't all have
Well,
it, so we're talking about
the problem here is
not all even have on-site reps.
the installers need to know that the inspect means look and don't touch, and so no inspector should ever break out a tool because there's a huge liability that goes with that. You're qualified, but you're not authorized to actually perform electrical equipment, or even opening a panel with a screwdriver. You're not really authorized to do that. Even though he may be the best electrician out there, he's now an inspector, and that means he gets to look and not touch. So it's really the installer's responsibility to have somebody there who has a minimal level of competency to be able to open up the panel as requested. And that's it. I mean, and be able to understand a bit of the system to say, hey, here's my junction box, my combiner box, here's the ladder. That's the guy's competency level that he needs to have. So how do we put that in here? But
so when you say that it's in the best interest of the representatives that are, it's really, first of all, the best interest of installers to have representatives on site or at the inspection. And then second is that they're not just that they're familiar with the PV system, they're familiar with the requirements.
Usually they're the most qualified guys I deal with, the ones I meet, your reps.
I think I'd lose that last statement. I think I'd lose that last statement into the recommended amount of knowledge or competency isn't qualifiable or able to be grouped, and I'd lose all that.
That makes sense.
You could say groups like CalSEA could offer training, but maybe we could put a link at the bottom that says, the following groups offer training, and SEAC, CalSEA, IAI, ICC, yada yada yada. Put that all in one place. You might be in here to be able to say, that the level of training recommended should be sufficient to access equipment and provide access to the equipment being inspected or something like that.
Okay, let's capture that sentence. So if you delete the last one, that makes sense?
Yeah, just put that at the back of the document, of this page.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even have that sentence.
But I feel that we should say the best interest of the installers to have representatives that are familiar with the PV system, period, done. Because if you want to talk about labor, other issues as well, and other issues, and other issues, and other issues.
It's in the best interest of installers to have a representative on site,
At the inspection, but the reason for that person being there is to avoid a re-inspect.
Absolutely.
So,
that's
right.
Good comment.
On site during or during inspection or something.
I don't have any problem with the way it's written right there. If I can get somebody to fix something before I leave, I'd way rather have that happen than have to come back. Maybe you could even say that it is in the best interest of the AHJ and the installer to be able to fix small items that are fixable at the time of inspection versus performing a reinspection.
No, but that person that's on site does need to provide, tools and open up the equipment.
Absolutely.
So let's read this. It's the best interest in installers to have representatives during the inspection that are familiar with PV systems. And now we're talking about tools.
We don't want to get into detail of it.
Not much detail, but you may want to mention that they're there also to provide access for inspection.
Why don't you just say that are familiar with PV systems and to assist the inspection?
That's okay.
To assist the inspection. Scary.
Good. Does that capture?
Yeah, it's generic enough.
All right.
And you could have a more generic final sentence. Some items can be corrected.
I think that's a really important factor.
Without requiring a follow-up inspection.
Yeah, that's good to mention.
Yeah, I think it is too.
I don't want to lose that.
Yeah, I don't want to lose that.
I would suggest that you would throw in there that some minor items may be corrected at time of inspections, resulting in say, time savings to the jurisdiction and the inspector for reinspection, something like that, to indicate that this is a time saving to the AHJ as well. I don't have to come back if you can fix that right now.
Everyone benefits.
That's a great idea, Pete.
So, okay, somebody earlier had pretty good language.
Pete had it.
I forgot what it said. Minor corrections can be
maybe performed on site.
Maybe performed at time of inspection.
And avoiding a reinspection.
To avoid a reinspection.
To avoid a reinspection.
Right. That's a good
okay.
thought.
Basically, you're saying certain things can be resolved on site during inspection.
I don't know that, do we need to make it a little bit to where it's not so binding for the inspector? If he's got a busy day and he's got to fly, he may not want to stick around. I mean, what's considered minor may be different in people's minds.
Yeah,
I agree with the idea behind it, but I don't know.
Does the word may help? Because minor corrections may help.
Yeah.
You need to throw in a may there.
Okay, well, it's
At your discretion.
Yeah. All right, so delete the last.
Inspector's discretion.
Yeah, and installer's discretion too.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. True.
Because I've had that happen too.
At both parties.
Time allowed.
I don't know the way to
At
say
the
that.
discretion of the installer and inspector.
If you want to put that line.
But then you're going to have installer saying it's at the discretion of the installer, and the inspector saying it's at the discretion of the inspector.
Both. Okay.
I don't
Both
think we
I would
can
maybe
do
say
that.
time allowed. You know, time allowed, and both parties in agreement. Minor corrections maybe made.
Well, or I kind of like the way it's worded, but I think it could be worded better to where it's not so binding on an inspector to have to stay there and wait for corrections.
None of this is binding to anybody. These are recommendations. Nothing we do here is
No,
binding.
I agree, but you can change the language to make it a little less binding, because you will get
Right,
people that will
right.
say, hey, you will get people that say, hey, let's read this. It says you got to stay here while I make this correction.
If agreed, there's something.
Well, I know, but I think
How if agreed, minor corrections may.
Yeah.
If time allows and the inspector's in agreement, minor.
it may be permissible, that minor corrections be made.
That's a good one too.
That's better. Go ahead.
No.
Why don't we merge these two sentences? And that way we can transition.
If agreed and time's allowed. Getting it too.
And it's not raining.
That's a good point.
If
No.
it's raining,
We can add all kinds of.
you can add as many as you can think of.
Okay, so if agreed and time allowed.
I'm not hungry.
It's not going to lunch right now. Time allowed, comma. Okay, so hopefully this covers all the nuances.
Yeah, I've agreed to. If it's agreed to.
I kind of like it may be permissible.
Mutually agreed.
That's a good one. If mutually agreed.
Acceptable.
Paula is mutually agreed.
Yeah.
This is
Acceptable.
going on the second line of this article here where it says that is. So on-site during inspection, that is, shouldn't that be who are familiar?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm lost for your sentence before.
Who? Still number two.
Number
Second.
That's central to installers to have representatives on site during the inspection who are familiar.
Who are, yes. Who are, that's true.
Inspection,
Yeah.
who are?
Second line of number two on the left side. Take out that is and put who are.
Okay, excellent. All right, so ready to move to number 3, or do you guys want to grab lunch?
Grab lunch.
Lunch. Okay.
Here.
Do we want to work through lunch?
No, we are going to work through lunch. Yeah. So get your lunch. Yeah, we have to work through lunch. So get lunch, take a, what do you call now, bio break? And let's get back.
So that's
we're going to get back to the meeting.
That's
We're
not
going to come back to this item in a little bit. We're going to skip to item 8 real quick. Provide an update. Paul, do you want to do that?
As I put it,
Want to go now?
You also want to provide an update.
all the education background you can get.
Mustafa, we all spoke, and Mustafa, it was suggested that the 122703 work, the group work that we're busy with, we're going to continue it in January. So we're not going to cover it this year. We'll reconsider it in January and carry on with the UL 2703 group work then. So the aim of this year is to basically conclude AB 2188 issues 1 to 4. So by next meeting, hopefully 3 and 4 can be finalized as well.
Yes, so due to complexity of the systems that are getting the 2703 listing, and due to the lack of marking, due to the lack of the installation instructions that are already completed and submitted to us as inspector to verify, we have formed a committee between the 3 test labs, UL, UTL, and TUV. As a matter of fact, we're having a meeting this afternoon. So we will put something together. Hopefully, we'll address item 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Good. And then that's, we'll go for January agenda, correct? Paul?
And then the next proposed issue to tackle with regards to utilities, we sent through a rough draft of the issue statements. They aren't written yet to present. Everything needs to be better worded and simplified. So we've shared all of that in the board pack, and it's ready for the installers and the utility representatives to get back with their feedback. So like yourself, bring down.
Hello?
Hello?
Somebody who's near a microphone is either shuffling papers or wrinkling a potato chip bag or something really loud and it's hard to hear.
That's all of us.
that was
working class, Jeff. Right, so basically, issues 5 through 8 on UL 2703. There's a group, a technical group that's along with the testing labs that are looking at the issues, and based on that work, we were able to wrap up issues 5 through 8 to present back to SEAC. Is that correct? And then on the utilities, really take a look at those issue statements, especially what we learned today, how to write those issue statements. So your feedback is greatly appreciated, and we're asking specifically the utilities and installers to take a look at those, and so we can, get to a point that they're clearly understood. So, Paul, do you want to go to the next steps, or we'll get back to?
So I did go through. So the next steps are to conclude issues 3 and 4 at our next meeting. Aim to finalize all 4 issues before the end of the year. Finalize writing up the issue statement for utilities before the end of the year. Finalize the February 2016 workshop program within the next 2 weeks, because we've got to start marketing the event early December. And we'll keep everyone informed of the beta release of the online permitting software. City of San Bernardino, we're looking at, I think a presentation is going to be made to the County of LA.
Well, I think what they're going to do is a webinar. It's a webinar. Anybody can participate. So it'll be open to anybody.
All right, and then I'm working with them to possibly at our next meeting have them online remotely and do a 10-minute presentation on their virtual inspection pilot project. And then the SEAC website is going to be, we're moving to a new platform that's going to be done in the next week or 2. Hopefully. All right. Next 2 weeks, yeah. Okay, and then also thank you to Sparky for promoting SEAC and inviting us to a lot of the ICC meetings to talk. Thank you very much. And yeah, and then at the end of the meeting, within the next week, we'll send out the draft meeting summary of today. That's it. Thank you.
So I just want to make sure if I may, just make sure I heard that right. So what I got was 1 through 4, and
2015 finalized. 5 through 8, January report. And then whatever the numbers are for the utilities, which I don't see any numbers for those, the utilities, just the issue statements are by the end of the year, and start tackling them in January.
Yes, I've already,
And then last fall is deal with preparing now for the workshop.
Yes.
Perfect. Got it.
Good. All right, excellent. So let's get back to where we were at on number 3, I believe.
Yes.
Inspection checklist for the California Permitting Guidebook. So, any suggestions, comments on the floor? Anybody have anything at this time? See?
Second sentence. If a building department develops a different inspection checklist, I think to be consistent, we should probably strike that out and say, if an AHJ, since we use that term throughout the document, develops a different. Also, the very last sentence, strike out building department. AHJ should be encouraged to post what is expected during an inspection on a website.
Yeah.
So you crossed out building department.
On that line of thinking, do you think we should say that it is recommended that the inspection checklist from the Solar State of California be used instead of saying should be used for inspection?
You say it is recommended?
So
I'm saying, should that sentence say it is recommended that the checklist from the inspection guideline be used? Because we're saying it should be used. We're saying the inspection checklist should be used. Aren't we just recommending that it be used?
I thought that AB 2188 says that it should be.
Okay, then. That's true.
Doesn't AB 2188 require us to have an inspection checklist, whether we use that one or a different one? We're required to have one.
You're required to have an inspection checklist. The thing I would think is that, if at all possible, it's great if one could use the inspection checklist that is in the guidebook, because then everybody knows what everybody's using.
And our inspection criteria is required to be up on our website. And it should be used for the inspection, too.
Now that's required by what? Required
AB
by
2188.
By AB 2188? I don't know if 2188 requires you to post a checklist.
The inspection criteria needs to be transparent. It needs to be up on the website. Not necessarily a checklist, but it's one and the same.
That's the point. That's the point. That's why you would say it. The HJ should consider, or it should be encouraged to post the inspection checklist on the website. Because you're not necessarily required by state law to do that.
Correct.
Just the criteria.
So does the current wording address that? It's not.
Yeah. So the wording.
I think it looks. I think so.
So, Paula, HA should be encouraged to post the criteria of what to expect.
I agree with that. We've used that term, should be encouraged throughout the document.
The first sentence.
Criteria of the inspection.
On their website.
Actually, you could probably just say to encourage to post the criteria used for the inspection, used for inspections on their website. Because it may be not just a checklist. There may be other criteria that you might have regarding inspection. They might have a criteria that it's not a checklist. It's that, hey, there's got to be a guy on site and they got to be there to do this, this, and this.
Remove tile.
Or remove tiles. Yeah.
Or we only inspect on Friday.
Yeah, well, actually, the inspection criteria goes, calling in an inspection request. Call this number, too.
But do you want to avoid?
In fact, you can almost say, I'm sorry, you can say AHJ should be encouraged to post their inspection criteria
policies
and policies on their website.
That's better. I just looked at a website yesterday for a city, and they didn't have anything up there.
Their jurisdictions.
There are a few of them.
There are inspection criteria and policies on their website.
Should we be making up above on the second line? Should we be making inspectors and installers plural, because it makes it sound like there's more than both?
Yeah.
Well, if it's going to say both, it should say so that both the inspector and the installer know what to inspect, instead of saying, when you say so that both the inspectors and the installers, it lends itself to more of a larger group of people than both.
Like there's a building inspector and an electrical inspector, like on the East Coast or something.
Sounds like, I don't know. It just sounds like more people than two that we're talking about here. It's both, and when we say the inspectors and the installers, it sounds like there's a group of people getting together to do the inspections together. So I would just say inspector and installer. Typically, you're going to be talking about one inspector and one installer standing inspection. So
consistently, we've been saying one.
Just go about and click on the S after inspector and installers.
Like what?
The S after inspector. Go right there. The S out and the S. Okay, how's that look, folks, overall? Looks good?
So do we do that any installer? In the first sentence under item 3, do we want to put that, you know, when you say should be used for inspections, doesn't that kind of eliminate a jurisdiction having their own?
I think the second, look at the, read the second.
I know, but you say you should, that means it's required, but you have to have it. Well,
to be encouraged.
It is in the best interest. It is in the best interest for the inspection checklist of the guidebook to be used.
I mean, that's kind of tricky because, I mean, AB 2188 does say to use the checklists as, I mean, but you are allowed to adopt an ordinance that modifies the checklist and standards.
Right. No. Right. That's why if you say it would be encouraged to use the inspection checklist. However,
you could fix it by saying the California Solar Permitting Guidebook provides a checklist.
You can't modify the eligibility checklist. It recommends you follow the inspection criteria. You can't modify eligibility checklist. They encourage
well, you can. You actually can.
They encourage you for transparency to add as much as you can to an inspection checklist so everybody knows what to expect. But that's not modifying AB 2188.
Yeah, because I think
you actually can modify the eligibility checklist for climatic and regional purposes. But I would think that we could fix this just by saying the California Solar Permitting Guidebook provides an inspection checklist to be used for inspections. If the AHJ develops their own checklist, this checklist should be provided when installing. So that way, you're not saying they should use it. We're just saying, hey, there's the California Solar Permitting Guidebook provides an inspection checklist to be used for inspection.
What if it said look at what's on the screen right now. I think you should be encouraged to use the model one if at all possible. And because then, because that should, if we could all be using the same one, that would be really ideal. But
I agree.
And maybe you start your second sentence saying, however, if an AHJ develops a different, then, okay.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
There you go.
However, comma. Okay. Looks good? We're good?
Don't put your
Excellent.
Yeah, there.
All right. Okay, excellent. We're going to move to number 4. We're making progress.
We'll be back.
We made it back.
That's a wrong thing, yeah.
I know.
Nice.
I love this.
He's throwing back.
Years to your life.
No,
take away years to your life.
Coffee extends life. That's why I drink coffee. Latest studies.
Yeah, I heard that. That's pretty good. I'm in that group.
This is not a job for coffee. Set aside coffee. This is a job for alcohol.
Oh, maybe. Okay, so number 4. To assist the building inspection process, the solar company should present to the inspector their completed quality control, et cetera, et cetera.
So what was the intent of this?
Sure.
Here was the intent of that one. And I've seen this, and it's a great tool. company where they sent out their supervisor for the installation crew. Before we ever get there, they're reviewing their own product before they called for inspection. And they had their own scorecard. And it's almost like an inspection checklist, too. And if that was presented to the inspector showing that, hey, we care more about our system than you do, we've already looked at this thing. Right. You don't even need to look at it. Look at everything we've done.
Yeah.
It just would build that confidence level.
It's a benefit for your installer.
Confidence. That's
Right.
what it is.
Yeah, it's in their best interest. You're going to gain a little more confidence of that inspector and try to get out of here a little quicker.
It's not required. You don't have to.
It's especially important now because you know some guys, some solar companies, they're getting people off the streets to install these things.
Yeah.
And so if they got a checklist that they can go down and make sure they didn't miss anything, everything's covered.
Yeah.
It's in.
So like, let me just tell you what we do and what you guys want to see. Like, we do a job checkout list. You know, at the time that the installers are still on the site, they do a job checkout. We have evidence of that, basically, but it's just checking the functionality of the system. And then we have a separate team that does quality inspections, and those guys don't do every job. You know, they sample.
Right.
And then they produce a report on that.
Here's the intent of why I say this, and these guys all experience this. There's nothing that bothers an inspector more than a contractor that anticipates he's going to be done and calls for a final inspection. Then we get there, and the installer's kind of looking around, well, this is the first time I've been here. Oh, nobody's really looked at their own installation, and we give them their punch list that they should have found on their own.
Right.
So it's kind of a dual purpose. Look at your own work, and when we're confident you have, and you actually have your own internal quality control, it just gives you a lot of credibility.
Yep.
So maybe one thought here, and maybe part for Jim too, is what maybe it would be better to word just the first part of it to say, and I got it written down so you don't put it, and so just leave it as it is right now. The solar company can assist the inspection process by presenting the inspector, and then the rest of the sentence stays.
Right.
You're not saying the solar company should present it. You're just saying that the solar company can assist. That's what you're asking.
Yeah.
So
it's a good idea. Yeah.
Is it expedite dollars?
Can expedite. That's even better. The solar company can expedite the
inspection process.
Take out the O-assist and then take out the solar company should and put in by. And then just change present to presenting.
Presenting the, or presenting their complete quality control.
Or actually, I don't like presenting, actually. I would rather find providing.
By providing.
Presenting sounds like I'm going to do a PowerPoint.
That's what you want. We move from installers to solar companies.
Right.
We want to keep the same language.
Okay, so
Yes, that should be two.
Installers.
You guys
okay?
Or if you got a different way to word it.
We're being consistent with installers and HJs and such.
Yeah.
We change solar company to the installer.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Solar company could be the manufacturer even.
No, it's the installer's responsibility, not the manufacturer's.
Alan, how's it
Exactly.
look?
I'm a lot happier with it now.
Okay, good. Anybody else?
Oh, I'm sorry. Now I understood what your comment was. We're on the same page. Sorry.
How's it look, folks?
It's a little bit wordy in that it says completed quality control and code-based installation checklist. Can that be condensed a little bit so it doesn't drag on?
We're not providing the inspector. We're providing the check.
Their internal, something about their internal audit.
Why is it just their installation checklist? Why is it quality control and code base?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you just shorten it by saying by providing the inspector documentation that represents their internal audit and is completed by the system, blah, 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 instead of leave it out the whole middle sentence almost, and just say by providing the inspector documentation
Yeah, but
represents they performed an internal audit of the completed system.
Well, you could say that, and then possibly including a checklist like a written checklist.
You could say a checklist or documentation which represents they performed an internal audit of the completed system, and then leave off to the inspector because he already said to the inspector.
Yeah, what does that mean by having, we're asking for quality control. It could be that they feel that we want to make sure the system is working, everything is, performing. That could be it. But we want to make sure that if he's giving the inspector some kind of assurance that he's checked the code items as well.
It may not be a checklist. I mean, Sungevity would have, 40 photographs that they took of that system. Depends on who installed it, what their form of documenting the system would be, I think. I would think that as long as they handed me some sort of documentation that they've thoroughly gone over this system and here's everything we looked at.
So you got a little more generic.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see people.
Can we put a period after checklist and then dump the rest of it? What does that look like? Because obviously, if it's their checklist, it's their internal audit of their complete system.
So read the first sentence online and see what you think.
And it says it's completed checklist, then it will be of the complete system.
How's this look?
Well, we should probably put to the inspector at the end of it instead of providing the inspector. Just provide their completed control-based installation checklist to the inspector.
Should make the there after the inspector a little bit more clear too, so that no one thinks that we're providing the inspector's checklist to the inspector.
Exactly. Right.
Just put to the inspector at the very end.
That's what I said. Should it instead of their completed quality control, should it say
a completed quality? Yeah.
Any available?
Okay. Now get the other and put inspector there.
Well, the point is that you're wanting to know that it was done by the installer.
Now delete it up above.
It was their checklist, their review.
The installer can expedite building inspection process and take out.
If all installation companies have a process, a quality control process, so wouldn't we just want to defer to the building checklist that we provided in the steps before?
But this is just simply
probably they might not have them.
If you have them, yeah. If you have them.
This simply says, hey, this can expedite if you have something, and this might encourage.
Yeah.
So how about
when you leave their completed quality control checklist? To me,
what if you were to say
it might be the jurisdictions. Somebody might read.
What if you were to say the installer can
their quality control checklist?
Okay, the installer is completed.
How about the installer by providing any available installer-generated quality control checklist?
Yeah, I like that. Any is better than there.
Any available installer-generated quality control checklist. And the default is that anything that they have available that they did.
If available at the front end, if available, the installer can expedite the building process.
Okay, so let's slow down a little bit. We got a lot of time. The installer can expedite the building inspection process by providing any. Now,
I don't know about any.
Any is.
See, here's the problem. When it goes down the route of saying any, then they're going to back up the bus and they're going to back up the truck and they're going to dump. Some guy's going to bury you with a bunch of paperwork.
I don't want any.
And you don't want. You want something just simple, sweet that gives you that confidence, don't you, as an inspector, that they've already done a review through, so it's going to deal, and you're going, hey, this is going to be easier.
I want applicable, not any.
Or installer-generated quality control code-based inspection checklists as available or as applicable or something. Yeah.
Okay, look what we have now. The installer can expedite the building inspection process, providing the applicable completed quality control, et cetera, et cetera.
I don't know about the.
I would put any applicable rather than the applicable. That makes it seem like
there are no.
There is one. Yeah.
Yeah,
How
providing
about-
and.
You can drop the, it won't make a difference.
Yeah, you can take that.
Make it and.
Make it applicable.
Provide applicable.
Provide applicable.
How does it look?
How about at the beginning, just say, if available, the installer can expedite the building inspection process by providing.
It's all,
We'll change the can to may.
it's all
Installer may expedite. I mean, that's the may.
you don't need to say it's available because it's already is that if it's available, then you do it. If it's not, it's not.
You don't have to.
Could you please get rid of the word building in there because the inspection process is regarding the building, it's regarding electrical, it's regarding
Point, yeah.
fire.
Yeah, I like that almost. It's the installer can expedite the inspection process by providing quality control code-based installation checklist to the inspector as available.
If it's not available, you won't get it.
That's right.
You don't need it. That's an unnecessary qualifier.
It's not a requirement. We're basically saying if they have something, they can give it to the inspector. If the installer has generated a if the installer has generated a code-based quality control checklist, they can expedite the inspection process by providing same to the inspector. Something.
And I'll also tell you this, Don, is that items 1 through 3 are not required either.
You're not. There's nothing required. You would have to say if the installer has created a installation checklist to demonstrate, for quality control, they can provide that to the inspector. It may help.
Yeah.
I don't even know that I like the whole statement anymore.
Should be fine. So, if you add if available after inspector, what does it do? Okay, so how does it look?
Can we get paid by the word? I mean,
There you go.
I like
more
it.
words to say. Is that how it works? That's perfect.
I like it. Maybe some people.
Okay, I'm hearing on the floor that it's perfect. You guys okay? Alan, you okay?
That's good.
I feel like there needs to be an article or something before applicable. I mean, it just says providing applicable checklist to the inspector. I mean,
There
if
are
we
no
take out all the
applicable checklists.
There are no applicable all I'm saying is just that it just seems kind of weird and robotic without an article.
You'd almost have to start it off by saying, if a quality control inspection is performed by the installer may expedite the inspection process by providing a completed quality checklist to the inspector. You don't have to start it off by saying, if they perform it, because they're not all going to do it.
That's correct.
And there's nothing that's applicable.
Don.
Okay, so I'm getting a little pushback over here, Don. So people like what's on there right now. You okay with it?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm just an innocent bystander here.
Okay, thank you.
It's getting late.
I'm just a shadowy figure in the corner over here, man.
All right, so we're going to move on.
Neither
We're
innocent.
going to move on to number 5. We're making progress here. Both inspector and installers should really attend chapter meetings, be updated, etc. These forums of opportunity, etc. So, D.
Being consistent with the document, both inspectors and installers should be encouraged to regularly attend IAI ICC.
You know,
Sure.
being a member of IAEI and ICC, I don't disagree with that. But are we kind of limiting it to, we're kind of excluding other organizations? If we mention any organization, are we kind of playing favorites?
How do you kind of expand on that?
Should you say others and others? Is that what you wanted to? But what are
Other code enforcement related organizations?
What is it?
Okay, what other they are.
What is the other besides?
How about other?
Calvo and we get
Calvo's ICC.
How about other industry-sponsored training?
This is not about
We provide training.
Yes.
Guys, wait. Look at what this is about. This is not about training. We already attacked training in item 1. This is about having the interface that you have and the dialogue that you have with the chapter. That's what this is about.
Yeah,
I don't think a lot of those other organizations are talking about solar PV.
Through the chair, I think as you get down to the last sentence, it's what it's talking about. It's we're doing this to foster better communication as well as staying current with technologies for manufacturers. That's why you attend these IAI and ICC meetings.
Right.
If Randy's the back, that's a question.
You can change C to as well as stay current with new technology.
Yeah, the whole idea here, and I've been on both sides of the contract and inspector. The whole idea here is that you're developing a location for communications at a neutral site. Not on the job site, not in the building department, but it's a place where communications can happen at a neutral location.
Should we talk about trade shows here too?
I would
put
that as a separate item. I would not include it in item 5. I'd have an item 6. That's a very good one for the SPI stuff.
It's SPI, Intersolar, whatever. I mean, there's one coming up in Newport Beach. I just got the email about 20 minutes ago. The solar show coming in Newport Beach, the middle of January. I'm just saying, we should encourage.
Okay, so let's hang on that. This is organizations. The other ones are
these are inspection organizations. Well, he's talking about conferences that are trade shows.
But
I agree with that. Yeah. Put that as a separate item.
Then the second part of the last sentence belongs with the trade show, new technologies and manufacturing.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing is that manufacturers continually go to ICC and IAI meetings and provide that information.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. What it boils down to is when people have an issue with the way inspectors are doing things or jurisdictions doing anything, they do need a forum to where they can go to other than just to that jurisdiction. And that's what these provide. They can show up in a meeting, do it good or the order, hey, I got this issue with the way inspectors are doing this. And that way it's a forum for them to express it with all the jurisdictions in one location, or all those that participate.
Good point. We'll stop. How about you add a sentence after the first sentence regarding the trade shows and conferences? Yeah. What would you put there?
Hey guys, this is Roy. Can you hear me?
Yes.
On this item, I mean, it looks like to me that item 5 is really a way to try to foster continued dialogue. That's what the second sentence is all about. But the whole idea of this thing is buried in the second sentence. Shouldn't the second sentence be the first that says, in an effort to provide an opportunity for continual dialogue between inspectors, blah, 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 then we should do things to make that happen.
I think we're going to mention it. We need to mention what they would mean by going there, because just having them show up, they're not going to know. We talk about all kinds of stuff unrelated to solar. In fact, at the San Diego chapter, once we made solar off limits because that's all we were doing. We said, hey, we got to move on to other things. So we
read the second sentence. That's what it says.
So the suggestion is to move the second sentence to the first with some adjustments.
Why?
We'll keep it as it is, Hector, because
once you start wordsmithing moving around, you're going to
okay. So sorry, folks, we're going to move. So Mustafa, what about where do you capture conferences?
Let's leave this alone.
Okay.
Let's go for a 5. I agree. Yeah. You would do it at SEAC meetings. You don't want someone to go to SEAC meetings too?
I was thinking about that too. Do we want this to be? We don't really want this to be a forum.
That was a joke.
Well, it could be. I mean, it could be not particularly what we're doing now, but in the future we may end up going that route.
And in the workshop,
if we run out of issues.
Why not these neutral locations?
The workshop?
In number 5, instead of these forums, these neutral locations provide an opportunity for continued dialogue.
That was really one of the primary objectives of SEAC.
Yeah.
So if you want to say these neutral forums, I don't know if you need to really say that, but it's a forum. It's a forum for everyone to talk.
So Pat's suggestion we add SEAC.
I don't know that we're ready to add that yet because we're still in development stages, but eventually we may go that route.
Okay. So keep that in mind for future edits. So is this good? I'm looking around here. This looks good. Online, how do you guys feel?
I think I can go for that.
Excellent. Anybody else? Leave it up there. Are we good?
Looks good.
Awesome. All right. We're almost there. Number 6.
Paula, indent, it is under the second paragraph of 6.
Well, yeah, because
we just parked it there.
Let's go to number 6. I don't know if that last one, that might be a standalone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a standalone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
So
so
you need to
make that number 7.
yes.
But then, well, this is quality equipment, right? Doesn't that under?
Oh,
Right.
That's making 6.
So just we can move what it is recommended, move it up to 4.6. New item.
It'll be the new number 6.
What you have there.
And number 6 will become 7.
Exactly.
Oh, didn't we already cover that part?
That's covered.
The
Take it out.
representative become familiar with the material. That was already up above.
Is it already up there?
Okay, so
I'm okay with taking it out.
I'm going to suggest thinking about when you look back up above, what we're saying is that and I don't think it should be just the installer representatives. I think that both installers and inspectors, besides being familiar with the codes and the standards, also should be familiar with the material that's covered in the California Solar Permitting Guidebook, and also familiar with manufacturer's installation instructions. If you're not familiar with the installation instructions, then you're not going to be able to do your job right.
Yeah,
Either way.
But doesn't this bullet point kind of belong up underneath the other one then, where it talks about that they should have code knowledge?
That's fine.
Installation is required by code as inspector for us to verify and for the installer to provide it to us. So that's
That's understood by some people about 110.3D, but I don't think it's understood by many.
So the question here, you leave it here, move it up, or is it already covered?
It seems like it's along the same theme as the other one.
We have to go up and look.
Yeah.
Well, you bring
Item
up, well,
What's the item 1?
Item 1. Item 1 is talking about that they need to be aware of the code. They should be really also familiar with the manufacturer's instructions, which is technically you could say our code, but also I think it's going to miss.
You could add that.
You could add the guidebook in here too and just lose number 7 entirely.
Right.
That's fine. I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah. Agree.
any suggestions?
Yeah. I think that they belong either together or side by side.
Yeah.
Okay, so how do we change this?
Was guidebook in there before and we cut it out?
Actually, that sentence did come from.
Sorry.
So, you can add guidebook and manufacturer's instructions to number 1.
Or just move it up underneath. Just move it up underneath the next bullet down after the code book one. Try it at number 2. See how it looks. And then, then we get the education and the stuff out of the way, and then you start on the other bullets that says different topics.
And I would say it is recommended to have installers and inspectors familiar with.
Yeah.
Shouldn't just be their representatives, it should be the installers in general.
Well, and
No, I'm saying it should be also the inspectors too. So it's,
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So take the word representative out, is what you're saying?
yeah,
correct.
Okay.
because we first had this in the old number.
Yep.
But the installation instruction is required. I mean, the installer should know that that's part of the job.
Right.
The installer's job is to know the installation instruction because he put that thing together. He's
Okay,
not
so-
recommended.
Yeah.
So I would say, okay, so you don't have to say it is recommended. You actually should say installers and inspectors should be familiar.
We're going to move that thing.
The policy guide, it is recommended to
Yeah.
have.
These are all recommendations.
It is recommend, those must come out.
Yeah.
Yeah. To say installers and inspectors should be familiar with. I'm not saying they have to be scholars on it, just that they should be familiar with it. They're not. Yeah, it's kind of disturbing.
Installers and inspectors should become or should be familiar with it. Should be.
Should be.
Okay, so how does this look?
That's better. That's good.
All right, I'm getting thumbs up over here online. You guys good?
Yeah.
Awesome. Let's go back down, Paul. So we're on number 7. Installer representative should consider the following equipment and documents to the job site so it's smoother inspection process.
Well, should consider, I have a problem with that. They have to know. The ladder needs to
Should bring.
Those are must.
It says consider bringing already. It says Hector skipped the word bringing.
Sorry.
Should provide.
It should be.
Provide. Okay, how's this?
Now take out recommended and equipment. The bold, you don't even need that.
Yeah, you don't need the bold. Yeah.
Put a colon next to process up there.
Yeah, could you put those as letters rather than
letters or bullets?
Yeah.
Or bullets, either one.
Bullets, yeah.
Bullets.
I'd use a letter. Then if anyone ever wants to, you don't have to say it's the first bullet or the third bullet.
I would add to that list, in our first document, we talked about affidavits. You might want to put number 8, any required AHJ affidavit.
Yeah, like CO2 stuff. Yeah. We're coming up to this.
So one other thing is it should A be an OSHA approved ladder. So, because I could have a ladder that's capable of providing access to the roof, but it's probably the worst ladder in the world.
Let's go, before we get there, the affidavit issue, where does it go?
It could be the last letter.
Go down, Paul. So H would be affidavit.
Now that we changed the word should provide, did it mess up the wording to say it should provide the following documents to the job site, and we should change that should provide the following documents at the job site to facilitate inspection? I think it changed the meaning of that.
Let's go back and put affidavit, and let's do the ladder issue, and then we'll hit that.
Any required
okay.
affidavit.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. That's a good one. Don't want to forget.
Okay, and then A, regarding the ladder, is it OSHA?
Yes.
OSHA approved.
Okay, now we can go on to, what's the next comment?
Up in 7, equipment and documents, instead of 2, let's see, well, that should provide the following equipment and documents at the job site.
I would think so. It doesn't sound right to say it should provide the documents to the job site.
Yeah, we don't want to give anything to the
provide,
job site.
You should provide the equipment and the documents at the job site.
Yeah.
I don't want to give the house the plans.
All of the other 2.
You can get
So, should provide the following equipment and documents at the job site.
at the inspection.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
At the inspection, oh yeah, good point.
Yeah. And I'd get rid of facilitate a smoother inspection process.
And just put a colon after inspection?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the whole thing
That's
is
the whole
about
point.
just
Right.
facilitating a smoother inspection process.
Again,
That's true, yeah.
There you go.
Good. How's it look?
Under the D,
Looks good.
I wanna add grounding and bonding.
I'm sorry, where?
Under the D, installation instruction for PV module, PV inverter, mounting, racking system, and I want to add one more, grounding and bonding.
Well, shouldn't the installation instructions mention that?
Well, I think the question is if the racking system doesn't have grounding and bonding, he wants that included, which makes sense.
Yeah, good point.
This is right.
I shouldn't assume that everyone uses integrated grounding.
On the
Yeah, I got 2 separate ones here.
second bullet, inverter, I think that should probably be electrical equipment to include the and combiner boxes and potentially rapid shutdown. All of those are UL 1741 devices. I'm not saying that we should have every every square box or piece of conduit in there, but certainly all the electrical equipment. So PV inverter, I think, should be changed from just PV inverter to electrical equipment. You need to have manuals for the PV inverter, potentially combiner boxes, and rather.
Could be anything. Cable.
I mean, just to be honest, like in terms of practices, what's happening in the field, no one's asking for those documents.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of being prepared, our inspectors usually have the installation instructions for and a cut sheet on the modules. They are not carrying like a spec sheet for an electrical junction box that's on the site. They're not carrying separate grounding and bonding instructions.
You know, I kind of agree with Jim in that we will ask for it if we see something strange,
right,
that we're not familiar with.
Well,
maybe we should change 7 to say that the installer representative should be prepared to provide the following equipment and documents.
You don't have to go in detail, just the installation instruction as needed.
Installation instructions for equipment.
I think that when you put as needed, then that's
well, by the same token, for the racking systems, we always want to have those on the site.
Absolutely, yeah.
So what's going to be coming up in the near future that we don't have today is rapid shutdown.
No, I'd take that out of 7
under
what you just put up there.
Racking installation instructions. Isn't that what we're talking about?
You don't have to put it above.
Okay, so Mustafa, what did you agree to right now?
Well, here we could actually take the racking, mounting a racking system and grounding and bonding and put it separate, and then just come up with under D just installation instruction. Period. That means that includes modules, that includes what inverter, what is on deck, they have combiner box, okay, optimizers, whatever they got. I mean, the micro inverters.
So
I see where
I like taking all those bullet points off and just putting electrical equipment. Yeah.
You have the installation instructions for the conduit fittings too, right?
So right now we have up here.
No, we don't.
Just kidding you.
So we have here installation instructions for electrical equipment. Period. Take out.
So do you guys think that at the top on 7 we should say the installer representative should be prepared to provide the following?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be.
Instead of having to say they need to provide the following, they should just be prepared.
No, but
well, they should. They could pull them up on the computer or something.
Yeah, on the D only.
It may not be asked for them.
So I'm hearing just leave it as installation instructions. And Mustafa, you want to go more specific?
No, I don't want to go instructions. Right. Yeah. But I want to put the mounting racking system separately and grounding and bonding separately. That's required. That's something that's essential. That you have to have.
I'm not going to argue that all the others are required.
Oh, but the others are. You may not. In order for me to do a 2703 inspection, I have to have the grounding and bonding inspection instruction in hand to be able to do that.
Well, and from Mustafa's viewpoint, you're looking for a reason that you don't turn it down.
How about
if you get on a job site, you need information, and it's not there, now it's a turn down.
Right.
So I see both of your viewpoints, so the question is how do you get the happy medium?
How about you put the criteria we're asking for this? If you rely on UL 2703 criteria for your equipment, then you need your installation instructions.
Or you could say installation instructions at least for the following. Jim, I mean, now it's kind of crazy what you're talking about when you think about it. Because say installation instructions, and then you have a separate item, a line item saying, oh, here's the non-racking system. That's me making it so that inverters are not important, PV modules are not important for the instructions. All the instructions.
It's all important. It's just that what's the most familiar reason for a turn down?
Usually 2703.
So how do you address that in this document without letting the impact of the other items?
I don't think
that's our next piece.
I get it up front during plan review and it's attached to the permit.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, we do too.
Like there's not really a lot of
we do.
It's already been asked, but
it's
there.
Permit
so then documents.
So it just need an inspection then. Right?
Well, I will.
Is it safe to say we're all getting it at plan check? I mean, I know we are.
At the manufacturer specs, we get at plan check, but not necessarily the installation instructions.
Steve is saying let's go and ask for that. Steve is saying let's go ask for installation.
Well, yeah.
So what do you do right now? For example, in the case of if they're having an iron bridge, they actually upload or have a copy of the installation instructions that the county has confirmed, attach it to that proof of plan.
Well, the solar company has a problem with that, bringing in installation instructions for the principal components and attaching that to the plan.
Hardware principal components.
That's assuming that you're talking about a over-the-counter permit. What if somebody does it online? Are they attaching the installation inspection?
They have
onto
been.
this electric?
They have been, yeah.
They have been.
So if you didn't permit, you decide.
That's going
So
to
should,
Okay.
And how do you know those?
Inspector's going to ask for the installation.
They get a
hey, you guys, should we just back up? Should we just back up to 7 and say it is suggested that the AHJ provide the installer with a list of equipment to bring to the inspection, such as approved plans, installation instructions for equipment as applicable. So we're telling the AHJ to provide the installer with their list of equipment and documentation that they need to bring, instead of us trying to identify that list.
No, Don, you don't want to go there because you don't want to get installers saying that wasn't on your list, or you didn't give me a list, so I didn't provide that for you. You don't want to go there.
I know, but it sounds like we're making this list that not everybody agrees to, that to having to have all of these things on that list. I would say that we should be suggesting that the AHJ provide a list of equipment that they want brought to the site.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem is it may be part of the requirement to complete the inspection, but it ain't necessarily going to apply to every inspection. So
Exactly.
It's to help make sure that they, if the inspector is going to say, oh, I'm not going to, if you say you got to have a ladder, but the inspector gets there and says, oh, I don't want to climb up on the roof. You have, I don't want to look inside this. I don't want to do that. They can certainly do that, but this is what we're trying to do is give the installers an idea that, hey, be prepared. And remember, what was it? Early on was not being prepared. Right. Likewise is on preparation. As the inspector ought to have their act together and have their all their materials with them too.
Well, I just think that we're making a recommendation from SEAC that they provide all of these things, and I think that we should be making a recommendation saying that the installer should be prepared that the following equipment may be requested at time of inspection, or something like that, instead of SEAC coming out and making this recommendation to provide all of this long list of laundry things to bring, because not every jurisdiction is going to care about half of this crap. So either we make a recommendation that the AHJ gives them a list of things to bring, or we suggest that the things that may be required of them at time of inspection, and we provide that as a list. But I think that for us to say, it's for SEAC to say, these are the things that the installer should be bringing to every inspection. I don't know. I just kind of have a problem with that. Not all jurisdictions are going to bother with any of this crap.
The thing out with that, right? Another loophole that I'm spotting here is the fact that we're talking about they'll submit documentation at time of plans check. And they'll submit anything to get their plans checked. And then what physically gets installed in the field that the inspector doesn't know what was submitted at plans check may be completely different. So we're talking two different issues here. And so we need, at this point, I'm considering this an inspection issue here. And so we need to provide that inspector documentation that matches what is physically installed.
Randy brings up a good point, and that might be something else we want to cover, is the fact that when the submittal documents are accurate as to what's going to be installed. We're having people pull out permits. Different solar companies pulling out permits on the same site with the idea that they might get the contract. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of jurisdictions don't require the installation instructions for plan check. They just want to see the spec sheets, and then they want the installation instructions at the site. I'm just saying that for us to make this laundrous, I think that we should say that, these are the things that you should be prepared to provide to the inspector if they request them, like that, and not make it a list of things that we're recommending that they bring.
Don, look at the new language. This
yeah.
Is your section. And then what Pat said, that's part
there you go.
That's part of getting the permit, which is different than the inspection. Is that something that we cover separately?
Yeah, but we don't want to forget it because it's definitely an issue.
So, Paul, we've got to capture that.
I like that, the way that we changed it to say may be required to provide the following equipment. I like that. I just didn't like it at first to say that we're recommending that you bring this laundry list of things, because people are going to, you know, not all HJs are going to require them, and they're going to be like, well, we didn't tell you to bring it, or whatever. I just think that coming from SEAC, the recommendations we're making should be addressed at the, you know, at the industry level to both parties. And this is a recommendation to the installer to say, hey, you might be required to provide all of this crap.
Okay.
I like the way that you changed it.
Good. Steve? Yeah, none of this is a requirement. Nothing we're doing. So this is all
exactly.
a
Nothing we do is required.
all we're doing is trying to give an exhaustive laundry list of everything that could come up. None of it has to be done on any one inspection, but if you're aware of it and you're prepared for it, you take away our reason to turn the project down. So it's all a recommendation.
Right.
I don't think we have to say we're making a recommendation for a recommendation. So if we are doing the recommendation,
I completely agree, Pete, but a lot of this will be misconstrued.
I think the thing I would say may be required is that the inspector gets there.
They may be asked to provide the following.
And the inspectors and the installer says, oh, you didn't require this before you came out. Yeah, so I think what you really need to say is the installer represents that the following would be a good idea to have along so that it facilitates the inspection. I think we had something up above that was something else that talked about that I think was in the best interest.
Go three.
Three. It's the best interest of the installers to have the following available at the job site.
Yeah, if we go back to what the issue statement is, we're trying to avoid a follow-up inspection. So those are the things on the list that typically will cause a reinspection, is that you didn't have a ladder, or you didn't have the installation instructions, or that, and that somehow we should communicate it that way, that this is a list of things that could potentially cause you to have a reinspection.
Or
like recommend that.
It's in the best interest installers to provide.
Well, I just think that it's
to be prepared to provide.
Oh, it is in the best interest of the installer to have the following available at the job site.
There you go, something like that.
Yep.
I like that. I like
that.
The list, and then let's look at this first before. No, Paul, go ahead and insert it.
In order to avoid a reinspection, it is in the best interest of, something like that sounds better, John.
Okay, so it is in the best interest go back. It is in the best interest.
I'd like to buy a tea.
You're having too much fun.
Typing in South
It
Africa.
is the best interest dollars to provide the following equipment.
That looks good. But I just like to see you next week.
That's fine.
Steve?
Somebody brought up or mentioned, and we don't have it on there. In our issue statement number 1, we talked about collecting photo documents for flashing and stuff. We may want to put that here.
That's a good point.
That the photographs may be important.
Okay, this sounds like a real good point. It kind of references the other issue statement.
I just want to remind, I don't know, when I'm going to a job site to do inspection, I ask for a copy of the permit. If not, I have my own. But I definitely ask for the approved set of plans. The approved set of plans is the must.
That's reasonable. Yeah.
Somebody's saying these are not required.
Permit there is required
some things
too.
are, for sure.
Some things are required.
We're always for that, but it is required.
How do we have it? If it's not there and they don't have it, oh well, you're going back again.
Okay, regarding the photos, where do we put that in language? Go to the bottom.
Going down.
Go down, Paul. Add it to
Where's your affidavit?
Right up and the next item.
Okay, now photos.
Photos and videos, or just photos?
I would think they'd have photos and also a camera to obtain photos or something like that, or a camera and be prepared to take photos or something like that. But photos sounds good.
But would it be appropriate for us to specifically call out the guidelines in issue 1?
it's appropriate.
That might be better.
Yes.
How about documentation described in briefing note 1?
I like it.
Can't we combine C and B, just HJ, permit, and approved plans?
Sure.
Sure.
Should that be SEAC? Should that be SEAC briefing note 1?
There you go.
Okay. Okay, folks. I
Must be 5 o'clock somewhere.
Combine. Now combine C and B.
Yes. Item D.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, very good.
I don't see.
Take that out.
PV inverter.
Just leave the PV inverter. Second bullet.
Yes.
Oh, so take out electrical.
All right, folks.
And combine
B and C.
C and B as in boy.
H approved plans and permits. All right.
Then we were just going to leave it installation instructions, right?
So,
yeah.
We could do installation instruction, but we got to deal with the mounting vacuum system and grounding and bonding, so we're going to have to add those into.
So how come we capitalized only the word? How come we capitalized only the word type in D? In the parentheses. In parentheses on item D, why did we capitalize only the word type?
Well, I got a better question. Why is D in there? What is D? Like, why are we doing D?
Why? Why is it that the...
I deleted D.
Why is fire classification is required? It doesn't require on every structure. It's only required for higher fire zone only. So,
Put as applicable.
Yeah, so we need to know if it is.
Yeah, so remember, again, it's in the best interest to provide. If it's not a requirement there, then it's not.
this gets it a little more.
You get a little crazy with that.
Okay, so.
You know, there are jurisdictions that require the fire classification on all roofs. They want to see that the thing's this Class C rated module assembly for Class C roofs. I mean, I typically only required them on Class A, but a lot of jurisdictions require them for Class C.
So frankly, I will question why you need a certificate of compliance at this point. For the very reason is that what does the standard say? Standard says is that if it's been evaluated for fire classification, then it will have a
Why don't you say verification?
Go to the installation instructions. The instructions, which you're already requiring, will tell you that. Otherwise, it'll say not fire rated, and if it's not fire rated, it's not fire classification.
But John, so let's be frank. There are no marking on any vacuum system or anything out there regarding any fire classification.
There is a statement required by the standard
that
says that it shall, and that you refer to the instructions.
It is required by the standard, but I bet you anything you want. I mean, those of us who get on the roof on a regular basis, we don't see it. Is it on your zip system? Is there any fire classification on your zip system as we speak?
Stamped in the steel?
Oh, yeah, well,
Hey, Mustafa, can we just say verification of fire classification as applicable? Instead of certificate of compliance, can we say verification? Because you can verify that from the CalCIA website or anywhere else.
So leave it as is. Changing D. Sorry.
Leave it as is then.
Leave it as is.
If you're going to go down that
Well, you might not need a certificate of compliance. You might be able to just show that the CalCIA website lists this as a fire-rated assembly.
Oh, I wouldn't
go by that.
Aren't we handling this issue in January? That means we haven't even addressed it or come to some...
Are you talking about 2703? You're talking about fire classification. That's
true on both counts.
Well, the guidance that I provided to people when it comes to fire classification is if you do have your certificate of conformance or letter of compliance, whatever the document is from the test lab, put that into your permit application package documents and you're covered. So you know it's really not a terribly difficult thing to do. Typically, though, you do have to get that from the manufacturer as opposed to CalCIA, because CalCIA's information was just more to give people a guide as to what was available at that time.
Can we just say verification of fire classification and leave it up to the HJ to determine how they want to verify it?
Can I say this? Instead of grounding and bonding and the
Wait, hang on. Let's stay on this one.
No. I want to say PV module, PV inverter, and 2703. Because 2703 talks about fire, grounding, and bonding.
So
you already take care of that by saying PV modules, PV inverter, mounting racking system.
What I'm saying is, you either take all the grounding and bonding, mounting racking system, and certificate of compliance, and you only put 2703. That will take care of all of them.
And yet we digress.
Okay, I'm hearing two things. Delete it, actually three things. Delete it, leave it the same, or add verification of fire classification.
Leave it the same.
What if it says certificate of compliance for UL 2703 fire classification and or grounding bonding?
All right.
Because it really 2703 could be either or both.
Is UL any other fire classification criteria? Only 2703 do it?
Make it more confusing.
So let me ask you something. Would this help the inspection, this item? Does it help in any way? If you leave it as
I think that the plan checker is going to verify the fire classification as a system and tell you, yes, you can use this module in this racking system. So when they show up on the site and the guy has the module that's on the plans and the racking system that's on the plans, then he doesn't need to worry about the certificate of compliance because the plan checker verified that, and you should have the same module in the same racking system. So I'd say delete it.
If that's the case, then when you guys are saying delete, it makes sense. But I want to make sure everybody.
Yeah, I don't have heartburn either way, but I agree. First of all, you should not need the certificate of compliance. The installation instructions should cover all of that. We do know that they don't always do that. So in some cases, we actually do have to look at the certificate of compliance for that. And also, John's correct, but to that point, if something's been substituted and you want me to have the ability to, in the field, still approve it, then I might need some more information, of course, to avoid a second inspection.
Like a separate rack.
Yeah, that's exactly.
So,
or take it out.
So taking it out.
Take it out.
Yeah, that almost falls into a different category. What justifies the plan check a change and what doesn't?
Yeah, we don't want to go down that road.
Okay. So let's go. Okay, so we took it out. Are you guys okay?
Can we get a da-da-da-da again?
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, so
I
now
know who did that last time. That was good.
Let's go back to C. There's still questions on this. Whether there's just the installation instructions, a little more detail. And Mustafa, you want to move?
No, I'm fine.
You're fine?
I'm fine. Sounds good.
Good? Good?
Good.
You guys
I'm having trouble picturing what I'm bringing for an installation instruction for grounding and bonding. My installation.
In your particular case, for your zip system, you don't have to worry about it because it's already looked at, it's already been done. But if you're having, for example, for your Holland system, you actually follow.
What kind of system?
It's called
like a pipe rack.
Pipe rack.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't approve that anyways because it's based on the 1997 Uniform Building Code, so we're not even looking at them.
We are, so that's.
We don't allow them because they're not the current code. They know that we.
And yet we digress again. I like this document. I like the hell out of this document. This looks really good.
What other question? Okay.
No, because
it is documents, not on this item. Just hearing the conversation a bit on this about, well, we're presuming that the guys are using what was plan check, and that, well, but what if? And then there's the what if somebody makes a substantial change when they get out there. Should we also have a recommendation that if the installer is planning on doing something that is substantially different than what was in the approved plans, that they would not be wise to call for the inspection maybe?
Well, I think that's a whole different topic because we go
briefing note number 11 will do that
all the time.
Well, maybe
what justifies sending somebody in for a plan change?
For future briefing note?
That's a whole nother briefing note.
Okay, so we're sure we capture that. Yeah. But I want to go back. We're still not settled on C, but can we live with this? I know there's questions as to what you bring, but I can live with it. You can live with it? You guys okay? All right.
The only question an AHJ may have that's not been in this room is when you say you want to see installation instructions for grounding and bonding. There's no really such thing as installation instructions for grounding and bonding. I think what we're referring to is modules and racking. So maybe
there could be. If you're using Wiley weed clips, there would be instructions for those. So, I think I'm comfortable with it coming from the world of mounting and racking and grounding and bonding, that way it's phrased is pretty clear to me.
Yeah, I think it's okay. I mean, because sometimes you'll see installation instructions that show you where the star washer is to be positioned in relationship to the bolt and the lug and all that sort of crap. So I don't think it's going to hurt anything to have grounding and bonding in there. I think the jurisdictions that know what they're doing are going to approve the grounding and bonding on plan check. Yeah, I'd say I like the document as it is. I approve it as is.
Awesome. No, and then the last item, applicable to whom, AHJs and installers. These recommendations do not include those for addressing inspection issues of concern to the fire department. Is that good enough?
I didn't see, did we remove ladder or access to the room?
I think it's up there.
It's up higher.
A.
Follow up, ladder. Motion.
If they bring a cup of Starbucks, it usually helps me get the inspection done. You want to add that to the bottom?
Sounds like a bribe.
Should be encouraged.
Should be encouraged.
It's in the best interest.
Shall bring a double.
That's a shall, you're right.
It's a shall. Hey, so I understand that.
Don't put that in the
but I've been curious. I've been going through my mind is, so what on this would be not addressing inspection issues of concern to the fire department? What would they inspect? Who made that statement? Maybe they can't.
Yeah,
No, that was in the original document.
I think
John Tacker made that statement when we were going back and forth about how that thing should have been. We were doing all the wordings and then. Yeah, no, but somebody had made a bunch of statements in there about the thing here, fire, and this, and I believe it was John that just said these recommendations don't include addressing the inspection of issues of concerns of the fire department. I don't know that should even be on this document.
If there's not
I think that was just a statement you made back to us.
Right. Okay, so I'm hearing. Maybe why don't you just drop it? Okay, here taking it out.
Drop it.
Something challenges, and I'd say now I'm thinking that we've done a really serious vetting of everything above. I can't see anything that would be the fire department would say something different. Okay.
And the only reason they would is if there's not a joint agreement. How often is that going to happen?
There's some fire guys, members of SEAC, and if they want to fight something, fight something.
Okay, so we'll take that last sentence out. Yep.
What last sentence?
These are recommendations.
You know, one thing that hasn't been brought up.
The last, these recommendations.
Keep going.
One thing that hasn't been brought up, and that is the item about jurisdictions that require the smoke detectors, carbon monoxide detectors, and whatnot. Would there be anything in here for those jurisdictions that do that needs to be belong in here?
Well, you did it on item number 1 because we said you have to have.
Yeah, we did that on briefing note 1, and all jurisdictions in California should be doing that.
Access to the
affidavit.
Or the affidavit.
Maybe after affidavit we should say, for example, such as detectors.
All jurisdictions are doing that?
All jurisdictions in California are required to verify that they're installing smoke detectors. It's a requirement of the residential code for them to install them.
We're not.
Okay, so going back up to F, item.
It's a requirement of the residential code that if they pull a permit, they have to install smoke detectors. It's R314 and R315 in the residential code. So all jurisdictions should be every time they issue a permit, they should verify smoke detectors.
Okay, so we're okay? We're okay. Okay, so I want to make sure we did some fantastic work on this document. Make sure everybody's okay. So just looking around here, you guys are okay with the document? Good, good. So online, you guys are okay? Or you have a comment?
Yeah,
everything looks good.
It's great. I like it.
Wait a minute, we got 5 minutes left.
No. We'll use the time. Okay, folks, congratulations. Good job.
Awesome. Good job, you guys. I like it.
Good job.
So actually, what's the next step? We're going to finalize this?
Consensus or
Yeah.
conceptual?
No, it's consensus.
Okay.
Did we have to go back and write those little key consideration things like open?
Yeah, earlier.
Yeah, we're submitting that number 3.
Yeah.
Mike and I can take that as an action if you want to get you something.
That's great. So send it to Paula and
we'll get it in by tomorrow.
thank you very much. Okay, so folks,
So just serious. I was just in the state now. You do that, and we have until Wednesday of next week or whatever. And if unless there's any comments, it's done. Something that's done.
well,
Before anyone forgets tonight.
so,
just put a date certain and it's a done thing.
but not we're submitting, we're talking about something substantial.
Exactly.
Okay, that's fair.
You know, do we have anything in our procedures about, you know, maybe a year from now we look at this and say, hey, we need to make changes?
Of course. It's actually, all these documents are live. They're dated. Yeah. So that
They're working documents. Okay.
Yeah. Those are, if things change, there's new information, whatever, new experiences. Yeah. Okay, so I want to ask you a question. So we've done 2 meetings that the group has done, we're submitting here. And sort of make sure that works for everybody. Or is that something that you'd rather do before the meeting, maybe online, or
I think a little bit of both helps, because there's a little dialogue between Sparky and I and some of the others, and then it helps you be a little bit more prepared when you come in. But I also, somebody mentioned that how they don't want a bunch of comments going back and forth. I can kind of see that too. So you know, I don't know.
We're still trying to get these forums. Unfortunately, the website's taking long. It's bureaucracy, who said that earlier. But once that moves into a new platform, we've been told to have ability to forums, and that'll allow for more interactive. The document is live there. So once we get there,
yeah, I think I kind of fast. It's helpful to start online or via email and filter everything to you guys, and then it's never going to take the place of when we come here face to face and hopefully together to finally go through the whole thing.
Okay,
it's going to limit a lot of work.
I just want to make sure everybody's.
You guys mute?
We're getting some feedback.
No, I'm just being quiet.
Mute. Okay, so I just want to make sure that you guys are comfortable doing this here hands-on. That if there's value, we'll continue to do it this way.
I think you're going to have to.
Okay. All right. Excellent. So we have Sparky. We got 2 minutes. So we covered next steps and action items, open forum and feedback. Anybody has any closing suggestions, how to make this better, or any other comments? We welcome that. Anybody?
We are meeting in December, I take it?
Yes.
I just want to say this today was very productive. I really enjoyed the way we were able to get through that document, and everybody had input, and everybody's input was heard, and it reflected in the document. I think we did a great job today.
Great. Excellent. That's really good to hear.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody else? Meeting adjourned. Thank you, folks. Good job.
I'm out of the office. I try to stay out. I normally do